Right, ladies and gentlemen, can I just say one thing, please, before we start the meeting? You all stand very nicely when the mace comes in, but would you pay it the same respect when it's removed, please? Remain standing until I and the mace leave the chamber. Thank you very much. Right. Are there any apologies, please? No apologies?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Troop sends his apologies.
Right, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Yvonne Williams, who's got chicken pox. We wish her a speedy recovery.
Yes, we do,
Councillor
indeed.
Peter Berry and Councillor Leeming and his wife, both ill with this flu bug. Oh, he's here.
Oh, yeah, well done, Frank.
Has been ill, yeah.
Right. That's it. Thank you very much. Any declarations of interest, please?
Madam Mayor, we have to declare personal interest for all members on item 11, but there is a dispensation applying on members' allowances to all members.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
on item 11, I would just like to say that as the current holder of the leadership position on this council, I feel that I need to withdraw for that item because obviously I've got more at stake than anybody else. Okay.
Okay, that's accepted. Yes, fine, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to declare an interest.
Who's that?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Sorry,
I'd like to declare an interest in the motion, cross-party motion about the toys. I work at within the Derby Hospital Trust, which includes the City Hospital.
Thank you very much, Councillor Holmes. And, Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I declare an interest in item 14.
Thank you very much. Right. Item 3. Anybody like to move the minutes of the meeting on the 19th of November, please? Thank you. Seconded, presumably. Yes, thank you. And the extraordinary meeting that we had on the 16th of December, please. Let's move. Thank you very much. Right. To receive any announcements from me. Yes, I do have one or two, so if I can have your attention, please. Thank you. First of all, Joe Godward, who I think is well known to quite a lot of us in this council chamber. It is with much sadness that I report the death of Joe Godward, a man known to many in this chamber from all political parties. Joe was a Civic Award winner and gave distinguished service over many years to the trade union movement, St Patrick's Day festivities group, the Liversedge Trust and other charities and consumer councils. It was at a Liversedge Trust meeting on Monday evening that Joe collapsed, serving others to the end. I had been at a meeting with him just a couple of hours before that, little realising that it would be the last time I would have the benefit of his wise counsel. And on a personal note, I would like to say I consider Joe to be a great friend, and I will very much miss his warmth and his wry sense of humour. It was, for Joe, a great way to go to be sitting in a Liversedge meeting, and he loved his Liversedge Trust. But the suddenness of his passing makes it so difficult to come to terms with for those left behind, and our thoughts at this time are with his widowed Kath family and close friends. I hope that this year's St Patrick's Day and Silk Mill parades, on which Joe had already started work, will be fitting tributes to him. Anybody else would like to? Councillor Roberts, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As many people in the chamber will know, Joe was an extremely close personal friend, and indeed we acted together both through Derby Area Trades Council, where Joe was secretary and I was president for many years, and of course Joe, might not be well known to people, was also a great cooperator and was involved in the Cooperative Party and the Cooperative Society Party Council for the Midlands, and he gave so much of his time and so much his commitment to the community in this city. I think it's extremely fitting that you should pay the tribute that you have, and I know that the Silk Mill March and the Irish Parade will definitely go ahead as a fitting tribute to a man who gave everything for this city. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I knew Joe at the Liversidge Trust meetings, and as I joined as a new trustee, I sat next to Joe, and he was an excellent guide, and excuse me, an excellent guide and mentor. And you're right to mention his sense of humour and his dedication. And he will be a sad loss to the Liversidge, as to many other organisations in the city. And I add my condolences to yours, to his widow. Thank you.
Councillor Webb.
Madam Mayor, Joe was a friend. Joe was a colleague. I met Joe nearly 30 years ago when I, as a Conservative, was a member of Derby Area Trade Union Council. He was always a wise counsel. Yes, he had a wry sense of humour, and he was a family man. I know that his wife, Kathleen, will miss him deeply, as will my fellow members here, Councillor Grimmadale, Councillor Marshall, who are or were members with him on the Liversidge Trust. The Liversidge Trust will miss his expertise and experience greatly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the Holocaust Memorial Day. I would like to commend to all members and to the public of Derby the wide-ranging activities that will take place in the city next week to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. A very effective partnership exists in Derby to create the programme of events, and it includes representatives of many of our communities, from the well-established to the newly settled. The 2009 events will bring down the curtain on a year-long awareness campaign to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Holodomor, the forced famine of 1938 that led to the deaths of 7 million people in the Ukraine. Derby's Ukrainian community has a long and distinguished record of service to this city, and I have been proud to support their campaign during my term. I hope next week's events will be well attended. There is a link to a full listing on the Council's website homepage. The Community Champions Award. Last week saw the launch of the Community Champions Award for 2009. The City Council is proud to be involved again in the partnership that supports this scheme. The awards, of which there are 14 categories, recognise the outstanding contribution of those who go that extra mile to support and benefit their communities. I am sure members will agree that the Council's own frontline employees are well placed to identify and nominate deserving city winners. With that in mind, I have asked for the awards to feature in the next editions of Council Life and Your Derby magazines, with advice on how to submit nominations. And finally, Cycling Demonstration Town Plaque. I am pleased to report that at a ceremony in Westminster late last year, representatives from Derby were presented with a plaque which is... Where's the plaque? Is it where? In front of me. Well, anyway, I think everybody else can see it, even if I can't. In celebration of the first 3 years of the Cycling Demonstration Towns initiative. Derby has enjoyed a significant success with cycling to school numbers trebling in the period. Cycling generally increased by 11%, and bikeability training offered to 6,000 Year 5 and 6 children. Cycle Derby is about to announce its 1,000th member. The programme for the next 3 years is comprehensive, focusing on under 25s and families, with a number of strands already well developed. We will display this plaque with pride. Congratulations to all involved. Thank you. Right. Any statements from members of the Cabinet? There are none, I understand. So now we come to questions, to receive questions from the public. and we have quite a few. You are aware, of course, I think a lot of you have been here before, that you have 30 minutes allocated for this, but I will put it to Council to continue if we have to. So be prepared for that. First of all, Mrs. Shirley Wessels, please. Thank you.
Understand if she's not
You
here.
people can be hold account all the mistakes you make.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind sitting down, please? No, yes, Sam, I say you're not allowed to speak, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, if you don't, I shall have to adjourn the meeting. Right, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, no, thank you, sir. Thank you. Shirley Wessels, sorry, you say that she's not here?
She's not here. So.
And we've got her question to read out, presumably, and we'll send an answer to her. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Birchall, please. Thank you.
My question is this. I see you've listed it in two parts. I'll read out both parts. Noting the reply to Martin Sear's question last July on the Council's progress to reducing carbon dioxide emissions by 25% over 5 years. A. What is the date of the start of the 5-year period, and what was the carbon dioxide figure at that date? And B. Is the cost of measuring instruments and other monitoring equipment hindering the gathering of the data needed to measure progress?
Councillor Jones, you are going to answer in Councillor Troop's absence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birchall, for your question. I too have got the answers in two bits. Councillor Troop has very kindly left the answers with me. He's away representing the Council at a conference tonight. So the answer to part A, the start of the 5-year period is November 2006. Our CO2 emissions figure for that date is 31,424 tonnes. This is in fact the figure for 2007-2008 and is applied as a proxy. The figure calculated for 2006-2007 was not robust enough because of the difficulties at that stage in acquiring all the information needed. Further work was done to secure more information to refine the calculations, but it was not possible to collect that information for the earlier period. The Council published the calculations on our website's climate change page so that everyone interested can have access to this information. And then the second part of your question, the lack at present of a suitable measuring and monitoring system to meet the needs we have now is certainly hindering data gathering and presentation. This is a problem we share with most other councils. The need for accurate data has come sharply into focus with the need to better manage our energy use on environmental, financial and performance management grounds. Since the Council's adoption of the 25% target, the Government has introduced a national performance indicator to test the Council's ability to achieve CO2 reductions from all of their operations. The targets set within the indicator reflect the 25% commitment, and the indicator will provide the context for reporting progress with that commitment. Reporting on the indicator is to be done annually starting this year. Another reason for needing accurate, robust and timely information is the Government's carbon reduction commitment scheme. This cap and trade scheme is being applied to councils with rewards and penalties depending on performance and hard evidence of achievement of carbon reduction targets. Broadly, the task is to gather and calibrate quality data from up to 700 electricity and gas meters. The task will be greatly assisted in future by a comprehensive automatic meter reading system. Such systems are costly to set up, but over time they become cost effective. The need for timely data of consistent quality is now such that there is no real alternative. Funding a system is something we will consider through the corporate budget processes. For this year's returns, even if the finance was already immediately available, there would not be time to establish a suitable automatic meter reading system. So the officers will be coordinating a range of actions to bring together the information needed for this very important return we need to make to the government from April 2009.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I will allow you just one, if you don't mind, please. One supplementary.
I have no supplementary.
You haven't. Righto. Thank you very much. Right, next question is Linda Winter, please. Thank you, Mrs. Winter. Councillor Carr, thank you.
As your question refers to facilities being open again, I presume you are referring to the changing rooms for public toilets. As you may be aware, the Council has applied to the Football Foundation for funding for a new pavilion which will include changing rooms, public toilets, a ranger's office and a cafe. We expect to hear the outcome of the application in about 3 months' time, and if we are successful, the new pavilion should be complete.
First of all, I'm sorry about the interruptions, but apparently we're not being heard on the website, so we have to do... It's all right now, is it? Right, okay, well, everything seems to be okay now. Let me know if it goes up again, please. Right, Mrs. Winter, can we have your supplementary, please? Thank you. Now, Lorraine Radford to Councillor Jones, please. Mrs. Radford, thank you.
Neighbourhood Board and the Darley Neighbourhood Forum. I'm extremely concerned about the performance of the 2 Liberal Democrat councillors for Darley Ward, who seem out of touch with local residents' concerns and are either unable or unwilling to take the lead on local Darley Ward issues. As a member of the Darley Neighbourhood Board and...
Well, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to carry on and try and make adjustments as we go.
Can we make a suggestion, Madam Mayor, that we use one of the three?
Try this.
Is that any better? Okay.
Would you like to ask your question again, Mrs. Radford? And I apologise for this.
Much. As a member of the Darley Neighbourhood Board and the Darley Neighbourhood Forum, I'm extremely concerned about the lack of performance of the 2 Liberal Democrat councillors for the Darley Ward, who seem out of touch with local residents' concerns and are either unable or unwilling to take the lead on local Darley issues. Will you please, as the leader of the Liberal Democratic Group and this Council, undertake to take urgent and immediate steps to remedy this situation so that the residents of Darley Ward can receive the service and response and representation that they should be entitled to?
Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It would be surprising if the reason for this question is not related to her unsuccessful attempt to be elected in Darley Ward as a Conservative councillor in May and July last year. I have every confidence in the 2 Liberal Democrat councillors who represent Darley Ward. I do not believe any particular action is required on my part because the Liberal Democrats representing Darley Ward over the years have campaigned against the post office closure plans. Liberal Democrats have campaigned against graffiti in the ward, introduced extra bus services to Darley, gathered up names for petitions in various parts of the ward. Liberal Democrats have campaigned against the selling of St Helens House, against the closure of Lancaster Sports Centre. They've campaigned against the closure of Pickford's House Museum, successfully in most cases, I might add. Dealt with dumped bikes, blocked drains.
Sorry, listen, please. Will you please be quiet and let Councillor Jones answer the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Liberal Democrats have dealt with dumped bikes, blocked drains, parking issues. They've helped residents deal with antisocial behaviour problems. Liberal Democrats have written, emailed to many residents dealing with specific issues relating to them in their streets, their homes. Liberal Democrats have written to residents about changes in the wards, changes of landmarks. They've lobbied to speed up the reuse of land on a green area in the ward. And these are just some of the things that the hard-working Liberal Democrat councillors in Darley have been doing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs Radford, have you a supplementary, please?
I have, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but can you please explain that there has been definitely a lack of satisfactory response for people in the Darley ward? I'm sorry, I do personally invite you to come to one of our forums. The only councillor that I ever hear speaking at my forums is actually Martin Repton. Sorry. I personally invite you to come along, and some of the issues that us
Is that your
residents
request? Is that your request?
It
your
is,
question?
yes. It's a question, can she come and see what I'm saying is actually true? We don't have any response from them at the forums, and nothing actually has been carried forward, and they've taken no action with any of the requests of the residents.
Right, well, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Right.
No answer.
Madam Mayor, if the request is made and comes formally from the Chair to myself, then I will make sure that it goes in the diary, and I'll do my best to attend if possible.
Thank you. Right.
As the chair of the Darley Ward Forum, I'll be more than happy to invite Hilary along to see how our two councillors perform.
Thank you, Councillor Repton. Don't take advantage of the situation. Mr Dunn, please, to Councillor Kerr. You've got 2 questions. Do you want to ask them both together, or are you happy to do that? And then you'll have 1 supplementary. Okay. Thank you. Would you use that one over there, please, Councillor Bolton's? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councillor Kerr, councillors. My first question is that since its conception, rumours abound in the city with regards to the increased costs being incurred by the ongoing PFI contract for the replacement of our street lights. Indeed, I have heard claims that the costs already doubled from the original estimate. Therefore, to dispel these myths, could you please answer the following points? What was the original estimated cost of this project? How much, if any, has it increased? And how long will it take the charge payers of this city to pay off the final instalment of the contract, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Have you? You've got the second one yet? Have you?
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. My second question is: we had an announcement in last week's local paper that up to £50,000 is spent on Harvey Road area on so-called improvements. Now, much as I applaud the sentiments involved, in this time of recession, is it not time that Derby City Council actually started to finish off outstanding jobs, such as Alveston Shopping Centre, Cathedral Green, etc., before even considering causing more mayhem by starting any other major projects? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Kerr, please.
Good evening, Mr Dunn. I'll start with the first question regarding the lighting. The PFI, Public Finance Initiative contract, was signed in 2007 to provide and maintain street lighting in Derby for 25 years. The contract will therefore terminate in 2032. During the life of the contract, the authority pays a fixed sum to the contractor on a monthly basis, known as the unitary charge. This unitary charge is increased by inflation each year, and there are no other payments due to the contractor for delivering the contracted services. The value of the contract at 2007 prices for the 25-year concession is £115 million. The majority of this sum is provided by the Department for Transport in the form of PFI credits over the life of the contract. Madam Mayor, the second question regarding Harvey Road. I agree that existing projects need to be completed, but Derby is a large city, and to do only a handful of projects at a time would leave many areas neglected. Different projects are also funded from different sources of money, so cash flow is unlikely to be the reason why a project is delayed. In the examples you have given, the Harvey Road improvements are being funded by Derby Homes as part of their estate improvement programme, and a relatively small amount of money is being stretched to cover quite a large area. Once it has been decided how to spend the money, the work will probably be completed fairly quickly. The Ulverston District Centre improvements are a much larger scheme, being funded from a range of sources over several years. The Cathedral Green Bridge was an ambitious project which has unfortunately overrun its one-year target for completion, but there will be no conflict between completing this and the work on Harvey Road. It's worth remembering that continuing with development in a recession can help by providing jobs and often getting a better price for the work. However, it's also important to be sure that the construction will have a purpose when completed, and I would therefore caution against demolishing just to provide new sites for potential developers.
Thank you. Mr Dunn, have you a supplementary, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I have, Madam Mayor, and it's to the second question, and that is, OK, can you give me a date when Ulverston Shopping Centre and Cathedral Green will actually be finished then, please?
For Cathedral Green, we currently have a target completion date in February this year, but we have been given target completion dates by the contractors before which have slipped, so please don't hold me to it. In terms of Ulverston District Centre, all the funding to complete the whole of Ulverston District Centre has not yet been identified, so we haven't got an end date for that yet.
Thank you, Mr Dunn. Mr Underhill to Councillor Kerr, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Kerr. My question, could the Council please clarify as to whether or not there is a plan to carry out cable upgrades to Cathedral Green after the Green scheme is completed? I've been led to believe this is so, and at an added cost to Derby of approximately £500,000.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mr Underhill. There are no proposals for the Council to do anything with the electricity cables owned by E.ON that run across Cathedral Green, neither as part of the Cathedral Green scheme nor as any other scheme. E.ON may have proposals to make changes to the cables following completion of the bridge, but that is entirely their affair and will be at their cost.
Have you... I'm sorry, have you got a supplementary?
That, yeah.
You're happy with that? Thank you. Right. Dorothy Scrittek, please. Thank you. And if I haven't pronounced that correctly, I do apologise. Mr Steer? Have we missed Mr Steer?
Yeah, I was going to come back.
Yeah, Mr Steer. Thank you. Sorry, Mr Steer first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did submit 2 questions, but only one appears on the order sheet. Anyway, the first question: are the councillors and officers aware of the rapidly declining reputation of the city, locally, nationally and internationally, due to the continuing inept handling of the Hippodrome site from last March through to the present time?
Thank you. Righto, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if was the second question, why have the Council failed to implement the temporary protection and security order issued to the developer in March 2008? Because I have that as well.
That was the second question.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'll follow both. I think my answer covers both those questions. Good evening, Mr Steer. The situation around the Hippodrome has been very involved, with complex legal and planning procedures being used to manage the situation. The detail of all the discussions and processes has not been widely reported due to the legal and technical nature of them, which may have led to rumours and misconceptions. However, partner organisations such as English Heritage have been full of praise for the way in which the Council has handled the situation. It may be helpful to recount the major steps taken by the Council since last March. Firstly, an urgent works notice was served on March the 10th, 2008 on the owner of the Hippodrome for him to carry out repairs, in particular to the auditorium ceiling. The owner's contractors commenced work before agreeing a methodology with the Council, and the roof collapsed. Secondly, another urgent works notice was served in the next few days to erect fencing and remove dangerous slates following the collapse, and this was carried out shortly afterwards. Thirdly, the Council took out an injunction at the end of April 2008 to prevent the owner from carrying out any further works to the building. It was then important to identify what urgent works were required in order to make the building safe and weathertight. As a result, repair works to the remaining roof were included in an urgent works notice served on the owner in early August. The Council then carried out these works, including to the Green Lane elevation, which allowed the temporary scaffolding and some of the fencing to be taken away. A second phase of works to protect the rear of the building was very complex and potentially very expensive. The Council has to be prudent with public money and cannot risk undertaking major works to the building itself under the urgent works notice and then be unlikely to be able to reclaim these from the owner. So the Council sought to encourage the owner to take more responsibility for the building by issuing an enforcement order. This could be activated to require the owner to make good damage to the building. However, a viable use for the building needs to be found to ensure its long-term care. This tactic has resulted in the owner doing more work on a future for the building. Although the enforcement order has had to be removed to allow the owner to raise funds to submit a planning application, it can be reapplied at any time, and a planning application is now expected imminently. Unfortunately, the legal processes involved in this case are complex and time-consuming, and I appreciate that this has been a frustrating time for the public and other interested parties. However, the Council will continue to do its utmost to resolve the situation, and in the meantime I confirm that the Council is still preparing the case for prosecution in regard to the works that resulted in the collapse of the auditorium roof last March.
Supplementary, Mr Steer. Thank you.
Were the councillors and officers aware that Penelope Keith, at a meeting in London recently, outlining the plight of theatres in the land, identified one and only one theatre by name, and that was the Hippodrome? Are they aware that the Theatres Trust had lined up a £30,000 feasibility study sum, which is now in danger of being lost due to the protracted negotiations which are taking place? And finally, what we need is a strategy for theatre in this city. What is the point of making an application for the City of Culture when we do not have an operating theatre? When will the Council produce a strategy for theatre in the city?
Right, thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Regarding those 3 points, I personally was aware of that Penelope Keith had mentioned the Hippodrome. I don't know whether officers were. I'm told that the officers weren't aware specifically, I believe, of the Theatres Trust funding, and certainly I wasn't. And regarding a strategy for theatre, it would be one of my colleagues' portfolios, and I can talk with them about it afterwards.
Thank you. Now, Ms Grittek, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, why do Derby City and County Councils want to build an incinerator in the polluted and deprived area of Osmaston and Sinfin when LATS figures, the graph was sent out to all of you last night, show that they are on target? Those were Environment Agency figures from the waste data flow. Show that they are on target to meet landfill allowances, contrary to officers' assertions on being fined. It's the government that's fined anyway, not local authorities. Instead, both councils need to increase curbside collection of recyclables, paper and plastics for sustainable recycling, as well as more composting to take out the BMW part of the waste, in order to move waste up the waste hierarchy. Reuse, recycling and composting are higher than incineration, not down it.
Councillor Carr, please. Thank you. Have we a supplementary, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Seeing as the city is reaching 60% recycling and the rest of the shires are also reaching high recycling, then we believe that the imposition of an incinerator will cause those recycling targets to drop, as the incinerator developer will require recyclables in order to burn, which moves items down the waste hierarchy, not up. And I've got some more information for you, Councillor, regarding alternatives, which I've sent out to both City and County.
You should be asking a question here, not handing out material. Would you ask a question, please, if you wouldn't mind? Yes, if you leave it. Thank you.
Moving waste down the waste hierarchy with this plant, and of course I would like to ask you to consider the fact that the air quality management area in Osmaston, Sinfin, is already being breached for nitrogen dioxide. That was agreed by the City Council's Environmental Health Department. Do you agree that this incinerator will also further breach pollution levels in the area?
Councillor Carr, thank you. I'm sorry, we're going to have to carry on anyway, and I'll try Councillor Skelton's.
As I was saying, the average for the city is only just over 40. It is higher in some parts, some wards, but city average is still only just about 42%. What was the other question? Yes, the plant will emit extremely low levels of nitrogen. It will not breach the requirements in that air quality management area, but that again is a matter for the planning application.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we are coming actually towards the end of our 30 minutes, but I suggest that we carry on. We've only got 2 more questions. Are you okay with that? Right, thank you very much. Ms de Abreu, please, 2 questions to Councillor Carr. Care. I'm so sorry I get you mixed up. I do recognise the difference.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. For what possible purpose or reason have 6 to 7 mature and healthy trees been chopped down by the riverside, directly opposite the silk mill, along Stewart Street, I put Phoenix Street, sorry about that, and adjacent to the ring road?
Councillor Kerr.
Good evening, Ms Deborah. The trees have been removed to provide space for the new path which will connect Phoenix Street and Stewart Street to the new Cathedral Green Bridge and the Riverside Path. So it's going to be a new bit of path alongside the edge of the river. No alternative route was available. The trees had been inspected by the council's arboricultural officers before being removed. The flats had been built so close to the trees that the trees were damaged in the building process, and people were also climbing up the trees to get onto flat balconies. The path required ground levels to be altered, which would have resulted in further damage, leaving the trees unsafe. A few trees have been left which were able to be left, and they will now have more space to grow, and other trees will be planted elsewhere. The removal of these trees was included in the planning application. No objections were received. The issue was fully and properly considered, and planning permission was granted.
Have your supplementary, please.
In more enlightened countries, when they plan to build buildings, and there are trees present, they actually incorporate trees in that planning. The flats, the trees were there before the flats, and the flats have now been open, have been completed for a very long time. Those trees provided a very useful screen. Now you've exposed
need a question, please.
a very ugly facade.
Have a question, please. Any prompting from Councillor Roberts? Thank you. I am chairing this meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I understand that a number of the residents in the flats were concerned about the proximity of the trees because of the ability of people to climb up them and reach their balconies. But it is something which I think the Planning Committee, and I'm a member of the Planning Committee, have become more aware of. And we in fact visited a site today where the proximity of trees to a proposed building was something that was discussed. And this is prior to the planning application coming to committee.
Thank you. Would you like to ask your second question, please?
In 2007, we were told that the exterior of Westfield's large grey box will not just be a talking point in Derby, but it will be something that will be the envy of cities throughout the length and breadth of the UK. When might we expect such aspirations to this cutting-edge building be fulfilled and completed, turning it into an iconic building as promised?
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. When Westfield designed their scheme and obtained planning permission for what you refer to as the large grey box, and I tend to refer to it like that as well, they fully intended to undertake further work to the exterior of the building. This was to be a piece of decoration or public art to give the building more of a profile. Among the possibilities considered by Westfield and discussed with us was some form of clock or timepiece, soft landscaping against the wall of the building, or a laser and light show which would have reflected light from the sky onto the wall or walls of the building. We've remained in regular dialogue with Westfield and are well aware that the current national and international economic conditions mean that investments of this sort have had to remain low on their agenda. Indeed, they have had to put on hold investing in other cities in the UK until the economy turns. So we appreciate the pressures that they and many others are feeling during the economic downturn, but in the meantime, the Council will continue to keep in contact with Westfield and continue to dialogue with them with the intention of promoting these proposals as soon as the economy has improved and they're able to invest further.
Thank you. You have a supplementary, and it is a question, please, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Don't you think then that in spite of the economic downturn, that in order to attract more people into Derby, that would be better to be done sooner rather than later?
Well, I personally agree that something almost anything would be better than what we've got at the moment, but it would be up to Westfield at this time to make that same judgment and feel that it would be worth them to invest in it from the point of view of what their income increase in income would result from their investment on the outside of their building.
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. Now, item 7, and I'm very pleased to welcome this evening Janet Birkin, who's the chair of the Derbyshire Police Authority, and Mick Creedon, who's the Chief Constable of Derbyshire, and they would like to make a presentation to us. Would you like to come down here or wherever you're comfortable? You set the camera. Oh, the camera's set up for you there, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay there. I'm so sorry. We want to get you on, although the way we're going tonight, I've got my doubts.
Madam Mayor, ladies and... Oh, do you prefer me to sit down? I just think it seems rather rude. I'll start again. Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you very much for inviting us to your council meeting tonight. I don't believe the Chief Constable and myself need any further introduction. Suffice to say that throughout the year we have got a programme of visits to our key partners, particularly the local authorities and MPs, to ensure that they are fully up to date on all policing matters. Tonight provides that opportunity for yourselves, one of our key partners. I do believe that we have a 30-minute slot, and if that is correct, I would like to hand over to the Chief Constable, where we can have 15 to 20 minutes for the Chief to update on some of the key operational challenges, constraints and current levels of performance of the Derbyshire Police. And that provides, if you're in agreement, Madam Mayor, for us to have 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the welcome, Madam Mayor and everyone. And hopefully what I'll do in the next 15-20 minutes is give a fairly swift canter through some of the main issues facing the constabulary. You've all been given a copy of this document, Policing for the Future. The words you may argue with, but this is about what we face now and what we face in the forthcoming years. And I think policing is changing as ever, and there are some significant challenges around what we do. I'd probably ask you not to go through it page by page and kind of jump ahead. Rather, let me point you to some significant parts of it. But what I would say about the document, many of you have already had me give a similar presentation at a lower level. This is a document which I'm absolutely comfortable sharing with you. There's an awful lot of data in it. There's an awful lot about the current levels of risk and threat we face, about our finance and about our performance. And I'd ask you to use it as you see fit, but obviously I trust you to all use it responsibly. The key messages really that underpin the document are on page 2. And I will just touch on them as the headline before I go into the presentation full stop. We are understanding more about what Derbyshire and the East Midlands and the country faces in terms of risk and threat, and that's actually changing even now with the economic downturn. Some of the risk areas that we identify, we think we're doing some work around them which is making a difference, and we actually are fairly confident that not only is performance in Derby and Derbyshire quite strong at the minute in terms of crime and disorder, crime reduction, etc., but also as an organisation we are efficient, and we'll talk about that in a bit and why we think we're an efficient organisation. The bit which is challenging us is as the organisation of policing changes with the current Green Paper, which is now a bill going through Parliament, and that really pushes a great onus on us working at local level with partners in terms of trying to improve confidence and trust in communities. And I think there's something really strong about the partnership here in Derby and indeed across the county in terms of making an impact at local level. But because of where we are as a force, I think we've got some difficult decisions to make, and they're not always the most popular decisions. So if I can I start off really around performance? Performance in Derbyshire has been quite outstanding for a number of years. I've been involved with the county now for 6 years, going back to March 2003. And the headlines in that time, now nearly 6 years, we've seen some of the biggest reductions in crime in the country. They're outlined on page 3, the headline stats, but year on year on year, crime in Derbyshire has gone down. And it might not always feel like it, and I accept in some localities for some people, for some victims, it isn't the case. But in general, the crime figures are very healthy. And you'll see particularly in that time a 25% crime reduction. We've seen things like burglary and auto crime at almost generational lows. And I think the county has a lot to be proud of in terms of what we've achieved. The other parts of it, which is very much the police business, is detection, the detection of crime. And what we call our detection rates, sanctioned detection rates, are those cases that go before the court or through some kind of formal procedure. They're also at their highest ever. And I read the debate in Parliament yesterday about the new police bill, and there was criticism about police detection rates. Well, I can reassure you, the detection rates in this county are the highest they've ever been. So, I think there's a healthy picture to play around crime and detection, but the question I do ask communities is, does that make you feel better? Does it make you feel secure? Does it actually give you reassurance? And I'm actually quite clear it doesn't all the time. So that's only one part of the dimension. And all those headline figures I talk about, actually, they measure what we call the volume, burglary, auto crime, violence, etc. But they don't always measure the difficult and the serious and the complex and the more hidden crime. So you won't find details in there around terrorism or around paedophilia, etc. And I'll touch on them in a bit. So performance, I think, is quite strong, but I have to tell you, and it's there, touching on it on page 5, this is getting more difficult to sustain. Crime detection is becoming less of an agenda in government terms. It's not now a target being given out by the Home Secretary. And crime rates are actually on the increase in some areas. In Derby alone, in the city of Derby, burglary is up significantly. Auto crime in most parts of the county is rising. It's not yet in Derby. And we're also seeing rises around acquisitive crime. And I think there's no doubt the slowdown in the economy is having an effect in terms of people's need. And actually, for those that are involved in small businesses, we're seeing an increase in low-level shoplifting, which again I think reflects some of the pressures people are facing. So there is a change with the economic climate. The more hidden part that we're also seeing with previous recessions is that things like domestic violence increases. The grief that people feel and the difficulties are played out in the home. And that, again, will play itself out into child protection issues, family disputes, etc. So there's a fairly complicated local policing context that I think we face. The other part which I'll talk around is about finance and the financing of the police force in Derbyshire. And police finance is incredibly complicated. On the one hand, it's quite simple. There's a national element and a local element, but it is very, very different. And I really think there's a dilemma in terms of policing, because depending where you sit in the country depends hugely what levels of financing you will receive around policing. Because we're largely funded by something called the National Police Funding Formula. And the headlines are outlined on page 6. But actually, Derbyshire loses significantly from the current funding formula. Not our formula, not your formula. This is the National Funding Formula, which actually is a risk-based formula from the Home Office. It looks upon the needs of a county and a city, and it gives funding out. But in order for us to get the extra £5 million revenue every year that the formula says we should get, means other forces around the country need to lose. Now, I think after nearly 4 years of this formula, it's time that adjustment was made. But the floors and ceilings issue around police funding is such that at the rate of change that we're experiencing, it will be at least a decade before the necessary funding comes to this force. So that low level of national funding, coupled with the fact we've got the 6th lowest council tax yield in the country, means sadly that Derbyshire, as a constabulary, is the 3rd lowest funded in the country. And I'll talk in a bit about some risk and threat issues, but that plays itself out essentially in terms of people and resources. The good news is, what we've got we do very well with. We're externally assessed. We have something called the Pure Assessment, police use of resources and efficiency, and we have the highest possible score around that. So external auditors look at what we do, and they actually say, yeah, you are very efficient. You use your resources, your people, etc. very well. But nonetheless, where we are right now, the budget situation we face is one where there is the potential for a considerable budget deficit in forthcoming years. And that's a real risk when we start from a position of already low funding. There's a couple of graphs which I think are demonstrable on page 7, and the bottom one is the Home Office assessment of the forces in England and Wales around serious and organised crime. A measure, a significant measure, and you'll see, not surprisingly, Derbyshire comes mid-table. And for a landlocked county surrounded by places like Manchester, Sheffield, Nottingham, Birmingham, Leicester, with the road network we've got, it isn't surprising that we're a medium risk force. Yet you'll see our funding is at the very low risk end, and I'll mention that probably once or twice. So there are dilemmas in how we make best use. But even more concerning in a sense is on page 8 you'll see the forces we are now compared with. We have a most similar group. I know you have the same with local authorities. Our most similar group has changed because the crime reduction has been so dramatic in this county that we've been put into a new group to reflect the low crime levels. And I challenge anyone that thinks Cumbria, Norfolk and Suffolk are similar to Derbyshire. But nonetheless, they are the group that we're now compared with. And the difficulty you'll see, those all bar Suffolk are significantly higher funded than Derbyshire. And if we had the resources of some of those counties, we would have several hundred, not a few, several hundred extra officers, PCSOs and members of police staff. So there are difficulties around what the budget means for us. I've told you about the external assessment, but we also show some of our cashable and non-cashable efficiencies, and also we show some of the areas, particularly around overtime and the cost of services, where again we are at the lowest in the country. So that sadly plays itself out into 3 fairly stark charts on page 10, which is police officers levels, PCSOs and overall staff levels. I actually think it's a testament to the force that despite the 3rd lowest funding, our staff levels are about the 7th or 8th lowest, which shows that we managed to do more with our money than some of the forces better funded than us. But nonetheless, you'll hear me talk about some of the risk elements, and it really causes me a problem. And as the chief now of the organisation, and as what I'd like to think a responsible employer alongside with the authority, it causes me a real concern when we've got staff working in high-risk areas like child protection, domestic violence, etc., working at 2 and 3 times what the national standard is. And when we get externally inspected by the inspectorate and they criticise us for those workloads, it's directly linked to our resource and funding levels. So we face some difficult choices. I personally think you can properly compare Derbyshire with neighbouring forces like Leicestershire, Staffordshire and Nottinghamshire. And again, you might find some of the comparisons on page 11 and 12 quite interesting and revealing. Most of you probably know I used to serve in Leicestershire. I know that force very well. And I don't really see a huge difference in terms of these places with a single big city, with a rural area, with small towns, etc. I think in the past the police authority have supported us very strongly around the police budgets, but you'll see again the changing position on page 13 in terms of significant support around 2002, 3 and 3, 4, and what we use that for. And personally, I think to get the benefits out of investment in policing, like many other public sector organisations, it takes several years for them to filter through. And I think one reason we've done very well is because of that investment made several years ago. The sad fact is we are now in danger of slipping backwards. But this meeting is not just about the financial aspect, but I think it's important we are very aware of those. You may well challenge us on things like our use of reserves. And all I'd say about reserves is whilst we have potentially a healthy position on reserves, almost all our reserves are actually committed to capital projects, to PFI builds, to significant onward investment. But also the available reserves we have are essentially an operational reserve that I can call on at times of pressure. And again, I think in this council you well know some of the pressures that Derby's faced around gun crime, significant threats between gangs who are having disputes, and we've had to invest very heavily in terms of trying to work and suppress that threat. So whilst that reserve is available, it's a reserve I need to call on operationally and have done in this year. Risk and threat. The reason we put that as a phrase is most of you will remember the HMIC report that led to the discussion on amalgamations. And I think across the county, almost unanimously, the public did not want amalgamations and did not want an East Midlands police force. You may have different views, some of you. I professionally think it would have been very difficult to have made that happen. But the reason that amalgamations were put forward in the first place was because essentially it was seen that local policing was working, but policing around the more difficult areas of terrorism and organised crime and major crime had some frailties and vulnerabilities. Amalgamations have not happened, but that gap has not gone away. So this force, and I think we've been leading the way actually, as I see other forces' activity, we've been dragging all the potential information, all the possible intelligence from partners, from communities, from other agencies to assess the levels of threat and risk in Derbyshire. And you'll see some headline figures outlined on page 15, and they're supported by quite a lot of data. And I say I wouldn't give this data out if I didn't trust it to be used responsibly. but this data is the reality of some of the threats facing Derbyshire. And you'll see some headline increases. You know, we are increasing significantly our knowledge of organised crime groups, of street gangs. There's a huge amount of drugs, of Class A drugs, coming into Derbyshire. We are uncovering now, on a weekly basis, significant cannabis farms across Derbyshire, each of which sadly involves organised crime, money laundering, often people trafficking. But apart from that side of it, which sometimes it's felt doesn't impact on communities, I'd invite you to look at some of the issues around domestic violence increases, adult protection referrals increases, and some rather insidious areas, such as the growth in paedophilia. We have a high-tech crime unit looking at essentially computer crime, working very close to here near St Mary's Wharf. I was there the other day, and year on year their workload increases about 40%, half of which is directly related to paedophilia. And they have a waiting list of paedophile activity to investigate, and computers loaded with paedophile material, which we're investigating. So I'm having to invest heavily in things like high-tech crime, in things like financial investigation resources, surveillance teams who can do the undercover work and the covert activity that's required. Not the public face of policing that communities always want, but absolutely necessary in terms of us dealing with the threat that we're now starting to understand more about. The important thing I think I'd say to you as well, these threat areas all are played out in local communities. None of them exist in isolation. And when we look at our commitment to local area agreements, to working together, to increasing confidence in communities, if we can't deal with the serious and the strategic at the same time as giving the local and the reassurance, I think we'll be seeing a gap. And I have seen forces where they haven't always kept their eye on the difficult and the big picture, where sometimes gun crime's got out of control, and that has a massive impact in terms of policing resources, but in terms of community confidence as well. So you will see some of the figures there, and also on page 18 we outline some of the consequences of our inability or failure should we fail. And I'd just touch on one or two of them very briefly. There's obvious things about serious crime. There's obvious things about harm to the public. There's obvious things about confidence. But there's also, for me, there's reputational risk in terms of how we work together. There's things like the Health and Safety Act and our potential for breaching that in the way that the Metropolitan breached health and safety around their failure to deal with the risk and the killing of Jean-Charles de Menzes. So we have to actually look at the legal threats we face, the organisational reputational issues, but more importantly, our duty to protect communities and to build confidence. I would also just touch on the fact, and it's featured in here, the threat of amalgamations has not gone away. The recent Home Affairs Select Committee touched on this quite strongly. There are still those, including some of my colleagues, who think amalgamations is a way forward. We have done an awful lot, starting on page 23, and I'm conscious of time, about tackling risk. We have moved our resources around. We've actually taken the model that was pioneered by Tony Hurrell in Derby some years ago, about significantly bigger sections working in a particular way with local partners, and we've rolled it out across the county. And through doing that, we've made some savings and efficiencies. And I think the encouraging thing is, with limited investment from the authority of around £1 million, we created about £3.5 million of extra resources by the efficiencies we made and the difficult decisions we made. But again, that comes at a price, and we've reduced sergeant cover, we've reduced inspector cover, and we've changed the mix of neighbourhood teams, so there are now more PCSOs and less constables. Nonetheless, that has happened across the force. It didn't really impact on Derby because the work had already been done, but across the force that's been accepted, and with one or two hiccups, we now have a new, far leaner policing structure. We made some tough decisions as well, and I'll touch on one of them, called ANPR, Automatic Number Plate Recognition Systems. It's a big mouthful, I know, but these are the cameras which read across number plates, and they put those number plates across intelligence systems in a flash. We are now reading several 100,000 number plates every day in Derbyshire, and those are giving significant intelligence that we're working off. The difficult thing is that intelligence could be anything from no MOT, no driving licence, right the way through to wanted for murder in neighbouring force, terrorist suspect, etc. So we've had to move resources to deal specifically with the intelligence from technology, and that shows you how technology changes the nature of what we do and how we do the business. There are unfunded risk areas, and these feature in here. You can see exactly the areas I should be telling the police authority around about the risks. But the concluding bit from me I'd like to touch on brings it back to the local, brings it back to how we work in partnership. And I do think, having worked in neighbouring forces and also worked nationally for a year, we should congratulate ourselves at times. There's a fantastic partnership ethos both in Derby and across the county, and that is why sometimes we've made great achievements with limited funds. There is a policing green paper. The two big issues in the green paper I'd highlight. First is the new confidence measure for policing and local authorities around trust and confidence and local problem solving. But the second thing I think I should mention is the policing pledge. The policing pledge is a public affirmation of what we intend to try and deliver to the public in terms of everything from answering the phone to responding to calls to dealing with crime to keeping you informed and to working in terms of local neighbourhood forums, etc. We've invested hugely in neighbourhood policing. Some 7 or 8 years ago, there were 25 officers working at local level, at neighbourhood level. There's now over 400 members of staff full-time working with your own staff, and I'm really grateful for the fact that this council manages to fund 10 PCSOs. It makes a huge difference to policing Derby. So that's the update. The final bit I invite Janet to talk about, which is actually striking that balance on protecting the public and protecting the public purse. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, I will be very quick, otherwise there will be no question time. But primarily, you will all know that it's every February the Police Authority sets its budget, and it's that budget that the Chief Constable then has to work with to try and deliver all the priorities in the policing plan. We have got that meeting again this February. It will be a challenge for us for all the reasons that the Chief Constable so eloquently given tonight. And for us it's a balance between actually addressing those risks and threats, the key priorities, protecting the vulnerable that we have within our communities against the resources that we have. And you know, full well know, because you'll have similar challenges, the resources can only come from certain key areas, which is our government grant. It's our reserves that are dwindling, because once spent, you can only spend them once. It's the efficiencies, and as you've heard, you know, we are a very lean organisation. There's not a lot of meat left on the bone. And therefore, it is the police precept. And we have gone out and done consultation just before Christmas across the whole of the county, including having a consultation event in Derby. And we did get resounding support from the public. And they want to see all these key risks fully addressed by the force and having the resources to be able to do that. The authority will need to have that debate in February, but clearly the important thing is we cannot allow the force to go backwards. We are in difficult, challenging economic times, and we have got to make that balance. We're also aware of the challenges of potential capping, but sometimes one has to make brave decisions to actually fulfil what the communities want us to fulfil. So I think I'll leave it at that, Madam Mayor, and hand over for questions.
Thank you very much. We've got 6 minutes for questions. Right, Councillor Higginbottom, you were first, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. There are budgetary implications to my question, I believe. On page 26, it talks about adult protection, and it says until 2008, numbers were estimated due to inaccurate recording methods. Could you explain why those methods were inaccurate, and could you tell me whether that has now been that has now been resolved and that the recording methods are more accurate, please?
Yes, I'm not sure I'm looking at the right page, but without looking at the document, I do know the situation. We didn't have a single system for recording adult protection. We had exactly the same with child protection years ago when it was recorded on different databases in different ways, and there wasn't a single referral system either. We now have a central referral desk. We have national standards around recording it, and I'm happy now that this last year and this current year we're recording exactly as it should be. Before, I have to be honest, it was a bit of an estimation.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, let me just pay tribute to the work that the Constabulary has done over the years, and particularly like to pay tribute to Janet and to Mick, who have done an outstanding job, in my view, in delivering the policing agenda, particularly in this city. And I work very closely with police officers and PCSOs on the ground, and I can say they do some absolutely excellent work, and the way in which they sprung into action following the tragic shooting that occurred in my ward, I think, was a real testament to the excellent work that the police have done, certainly in our city. I think it's also important, though, I think, to acknowledge, notwithstanding that there are budgetary pressures, there has been a large increase in spending on policing in the last sort of 10 years or so. But we do, I think, have to recognise there are significant pressures that the Constabulary are facing, and the way in which the Chief Constable outlined the problems the family group that the constabulary is now compared with obviously add to those difficulties. And I'd therefore like to ask Janet or Mick what they would like us to do to support them, what the authority can do in particular in relation to the local area agreement targets, which is a partnership agenda that all participating agencies should be making a contribution to. And I'd just be interested if they could perhaps outline how the City Council might be able to contribute to those. This is on page 16. And just picking up on the Chief's remarks about using the information responsibly, I'd like, Madam Mayor, if you could ask the party leaders at the end of this session if they would give a verbal undertaking not to misuse the information that the Chief Constable has provided tonight for political purposes. I can certainly give that commitment on behalf of the Labour Group, and I hope that Councillor Jones and Councillor Hickson will be able to do likewise.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I'm very grateful for the comments that you've made. With regard to how you can assist us in the challenges that you face, I think you are quite right to say there has been a huge investment by the government in policing, and our particular argument in Derbyshire is actually how that increased cake has been apportioned out. That we are, we have reduced even in the last 12 months from the 6th lowest funded force down to the 3rd lowest funded force. And if you think that when the new funding formula was introduced 3 years ago, it was to try and address many of these issues, and in fact it gave Derbyshire an additional £11 million of grant. But because of the floors and ceilings, we never ever received that amount. So, if you like, that is our argument with the government. And the Chief and I spend a considerable amount of time visiting the Home Office, lobbying key ministers. Where you can actually help us, I think, is by supporting us through the MPs, and we regularly meet the Derbyshire MPs and across the all party representatives. They have been extremely supportive of what we're trying to achieve in Derbyshire and have done their best to influence key ministers within government. So if you would continue with that. Another way I do believe is that you do have 2 representatives on the police authority that represent the City Council, and if you would give them your full support in their decision-making process, particularly at the budget setting meeting, which is key, but throughout the good work that they are both doing, Councillor Hickson and Councillor Winter, but by giving them your full support in actually making the right decisions for the force and for the communities would be a real asset. And finally, you talked, Councillor Williamson, about the LAA targets. I think it's also, and this comes on to the question that I've been asked, which I will be answering after this session. It's about how we can better work in partnership. We have got an excellent partnership relationship within the city, but it's how we can better improve that, because the police cannot address all of these things alone now. Partnership working is the way forward, whether it be on confidence, whether it be addressing some of the key issues that actually really concern our communities. I don't think there's anything the Chief wishes to add to that.
Very briefly to echo everything that Janet's just said, but also in relation to the tragic murder, which obviously I can't comment on about the case, but I actually think the city response was absolutely fantastic. When you look at how other places have responded to such events, and I've reviewed similar cases in other places, I think there was a mature, responsible response to what could have been a very difficult event in terms of potential retribution. So I don't underestimate the strength of the partnership that already exists.
Thank you. Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Chief Constable. I wonder if you would agree with me that by the time we come to the end of this year, we will have experienced a rise in domestic burglaries and robbery with and without violence. Thank you.
Certainly domestic burglaries, and actually Derby, I've got some numbers, but Derby as a city is experiencing a significant rise for the first time in about 5 or 6 years. Robbery, I actually will see if I can find the figures very quickly. I think robbery is still down by more than 4%. and there's nothing to suggest, as far as I know, that it will go up. Interestingly, we are seeing some trends, though, around the county which would echo the point you're saying. There's no doubt about it that there is an impact of the economic downturn. The figures that were achieved around burglary were astounding. They were beyond anything we thought would be achieved. And again, to have a 28-year low in burglary was significant. So maybe there would have been a change anyway. My only reassurance I would tell you is at neighbourhood level, at BCU, that's command unit level here at Derby, this is a tasking issue which is reflected every single day.
Councillor Hickson.
Well, it was more of a comment than a question, Madam Mayor, if you'll indulge me for a moment, and just to agree with... this isn't working either. Oh, right. And just to echo the point made by Councillor Williamson, that, of course, the figures and statistics that we're given by the police mustn't and shouldn't be used for political purposes, and I fully concur with that. I think it would be remiss if we didn't do two things. First of all, thank the Chief Constable and the Chair of the Police Authority for coming this evening to give this presentation. The Chief Constable is extremely busy and has a huge job to do, and for him to take the time out to come and speak to this Council I think is commendable, so that we get a good idea of what's going on. The other comment I want to make is this. I sit on the Police Authority as a representative, a delegate of this Council, along with Councillor Winter. And I just want to make the point so that the public and this Council are very clear that Derbyshire Police Force is amongst the top performing forces in this country. And one only has to cast your eyes over to a force like Nottingham, perhaps, without denigrating them over much, or to a force like Leicester. And I know where I would rather live, and it isn't in either of those two counties, it's certainly here. And from the ward that I represent, which is the safest ward in the city, across the cities to some that haven't quite got the same advantage of that as that, I want to just make it crystal clear that we have a top-performing police force looking after the interests of the citizens in this city, but they can't do it with one hand tied behind their back in terms of funding. So I do think it's important to bear in mind the point that the Chief Constable's made, that when we come to make the difficult funding decisions that we have to make at the Police Authority precept setting meeting, that we may have to go up to the capping limit, or we may have to consider the unthinkable of going slightly beyond it. And if we do that, as your representatives on that police authority, it's not because we're being reckless or making political points, it's because we, and I think I'm speaking for Councillor Winter as well as myself here, stand four square behind this constabulary that's providing such an excellent service in this county, and we're doing what the public of this city want. And I've been to the consultation meetings, and I was at the Derby meeting where it was made crystal clear to us and to the Chief Constable that we should invest as much money as we possibly could into frontline services and protective services to make sure that people in this city are safe. And I think if you want an example of how good this police force is, I think Councillor Williamson is spot on to raise and to highlight the recent murder case that we had in the city. And if that didn't demonstrate what a high calibre force and what a professional force we have in this city, I don't know what would. And the Assistant Chief Constable who fronted that, and I thanked him at the Police Authority for the work that he'd done, I think demonstrated what we've got in Derby. And I think, we have to stand behind that, we have to invest in it, and we have to make sure it gets the funding that it needs, difficult though that decision may be.
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to add my thanks to Janet and Mick for taking the time out to come to give us this detailed presentation tonight. Well, obviously, as leader of the council, I do meet up with them fairly regularly. We do enjoy excellent partnership working, and I think we mustn't lose sight of that, and I will do all I possibly can on behalf of the council to carry on that and give them the support I can. We won't be using any of the information in the documents for political purposes. Of course not. There are lots of things that I get in front of me, and I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing.
Thank you. Well, I think right. Well, I think I'm going to thank you, Councillor Roberts. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Right. Thank you, Councillor Van Weyt. I'm not going to take any more questions because we have run over time. I would like to thank you very much indeed for coming and hearing what you have to say. It's been very, very nice to see you both. Chair. Oh, we have, hang on a minute before I let you go. I'm so sorry. Councillor Ingle has a question, and this is under the questions to the Derbyshire Police Authority. And Mrs. Burkett, if you would take this question, please. Councillor Ingle, thank you. And you have a supplementary.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for this opportunity to speak. Good evening, councillors. Good evening, Julie. And good evening to those watching on the web. Thank you for taking the time to do so. You've answered most of this in the presentation you've just done, so I'll just go through very quickly. What was the total number of reported crimes in the last calendar year in Derbyshire? Of the total reported crime figures in Derbyshire in the last calendar year, how many were investigated? How many were detected? How many resulted in prosecution? And how many were dealt with by the way of fixed penalty? And what does the police authority intend to do in conjunction with the Chief Constable to improve this situation and to restore public confidence? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I don't know if you want me up or down. It does seem inappropriate, but I'll sit down so you can actually see me. Thank you very much for your detailed question, Councillor Ingle, and I will propose to answer it in a similar order. The total number of reported crimes in the last calendar year in Derbyshire, it was 79,769. However, the recorded crime figure was 75,254. Of the total reported crimes figure in Derbyshire in the last calendar year, how many were investigated? Well, the response is all reported crimes are investigated. How many were detected? 20,926 were detected, which is 27.8%. How many resulted in a prosecution? 14,039. And how many were dealt with by way of a fixed penalty? 1,163 offences were dealt with by fixed penalty. The final part of your question, Councillor Ingle, how does the police authority intend, or what rather does the police authority intend to do in conjunction with the Chief Constable to improve this situation and to restore public confidence? I was a little surprised by this question, which I'm sure you'll understand having heard the Chief Constable's update. But using the government's own measure, which is the British Crime Survey, we in Derbyshire have the highest level of confidence in the East Midlands at 47%. We are also 14th in the national table, which is a significant achievement. And you will know that the Home Secretary has announced that she will set only one top-down numerical target for police forces. That is to improve public confidence that the crime and antisocial behaviour issues that matter locally are being dealt with by the police and their partners. In her letter, she continues to say that local problems require local partnership solutions, and for the target to be achieved, it is critical that police and local authorities work closely together. We have an excellent working relationship with the city, and this will be a challenge that we must strive to meet together. Derbyshire Constabulary is an efficient force. This is what the Audit Commission told us, as we have received the highest possible grading for value for money as a result of the Police Use of Resources assessment. I'm sorry, I'm having to repeat some of the things, but I need to keep to my response. Derbyshire Constabulary is an underfunded force. It is the third lowest funded force nationally. The government has consistently failed to deliver the funds agreed in their funding formula, and that funding, as you will have heard tonight, does not match our risks and threats. And yet this force has delivered the 5th consecutive year-on-year crime reductions, 25,600 fewer victims of crime than 5 years ago, a 25% reduction in reported crime in 5 years, domestic burglary and vehicle crime at their lowest for 28 and 27 years respectively, and sanction detection rates at their highest ever. We have recently launched the policing pledge across the county. This identifies the level of service which we aspire to deliver to all our communities. We look forward to your continuing support in this vital area.
Have you a supplementary, Councillor Ingle, please?
Yes, I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much indeed for the accuracy of your figures. If you'd have said around 80,000 would have done, but 79,769 is incredibly accurate, so thank you for all of those. I think this just shows that it's such a shame that the press report so many different things. They say 12,000 crimes undetected, and it clearly shows what an excellent job you are doing at the police force. for which myself and my group thank you very much for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, so I've always wanted to say this to a Chief Constable. You're free to go. Right, we will continue then with the question to the Derbyshire Fire Authority, and it's Councillor Grimmadell to Councillor Williamson, who is Vice Chair of the Fire Authority.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Williamson. Will the Vice Chair of the Fire Authority please therefore, public concern about the number of businesses and leisure premises which do not meet current fire safety regulations remains high. Will the Vice Chair of the Fire Authority please therefore inform the Council how many business premises were inspected for fire regulations compliance in the calendar year 2008? Of that total figure, how many were of a leisure use where the public could have been at risk? Of the total figure, how many, and as a percentage of the total, were deemed not to meet current fire regulations? How many premises were closed as a result of fire inspections? And finally, how many prosecutions were undertaken? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, let me start, Councillor Grimmadell, by saying that I reject the premise on which the first part of your question is based, and that I've seen no evidence to suggest that public concern is high in relation to fire safety. In fact, on the contrary, the anecdotal evidence that I've seen points in the opposite direction. But to answer the specific points that you've put to me, there were 196 business premises inspected during the calendar year 2008. Of that total figure, you ask how many were of a leisure use, and that figure is 118. You then go on to ask of the figure how many, and as a percentage of the total, were deemed to not to, beg your pardon, meet the current fire regulations, and that percentage figure is 53%, and 103, in fact, in total. You then ask how many premises were closed as a result of the inspection. There were 7 premises closed and 2 remain closed to this day. And you then ask how many prosecutions were undertaken. There were no prosecutions in 2008.
Have you a supplementary, Councillor Grimmadell?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Right, questions Derby Homes, and welcome to Mr Phil Davis, the Chief Executive. Councillor Jennings, your first question, please. We're going to take them as individual questions because they're quite unrelated.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr Davis, for coming along this evening. The first question is, can the Chief Executive of Derby Homes confirm that a decision has recently been taken by the Board of Derby Homes to recommend disposal of the Park Homes mobile home site in Skelton Lock?
Thank you, Councillor Jennings. I can confirm that Derby Homes Board has recently made that recommendation to the Council to lease the site to a private operator. It's now for the Council Cabinet to make a final decision. Derby Homes and the Council jointly commissioned Herbert Leisure, who are expert consultants in mobile home park management, to review the future of the Skelton Lock Mobile Homes Park. This arose out of concerns because of the financial viability of the park. It's currently running at a loss, and it's projected that that will get bigger in the future. The consultant met with stakeholders that included owners and residents, local ward councillors, staff, and also visited the park. And his recommendation was that the park is moved into private ownership and management by either a leasehold sale or a freehold sale. His reasons were that the park is a small and therefore relatively expensive park for us to manage. Derby Homes hasn't got the specialist knowledge of managing a mobile home park, and it's perhaps always going to be a peripheral area of our work. In order to create long-term profitability, the consultant believed that a proactive commercial approach to the redevelopment of the park was required. And this is because there's developed a serious problem with the rents at the park, which are well below market rates, and they're inclusive of water charges. And he identified the need to increase the rents or separate out the charges for the water and charge them separately. And in order to do that, it would require unanimity from the owners and residents, and he doubted whether that could be reached. The only alternative to make the park more profitable would be to use the commercial redevelopment approach. He also was confident that there would be interest from private mobile home park operators and managers, and also this sector has got a substantial statutory control set up around it, which could safeguard the interests of the residents. And that's the reason why the recommendation was made.
Thank you. Have you supplementary, please?
Yes, I have, Madam Mayor. I have to say that I disagree with the premise of most of the things that Derby Homes have put forward for the reasons for disposal for the park. And I'd like to ask you if you would agree that the board have made this decision based on inaccurate information provided to them and the poor management of the park by Derby Homes in recent times, as a recent investigation by your own senior estate surveyor revealed that 40% of the water being charged for that was entering the park was being lost through major leaks, and that this decision should therefore be revisited.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
I think the consultant spent an awful long time investigating the matters, and he was appointed as one of the leading consultants in the field, so I have confidence in his report. I don't believe that he's been misled by any information we provided. As regards the water leakage, I mean, you're right, there has been an ongoing problem with water leakage from the pipes in the park. It's very hard to pin down where there is a water leak, and there is the possibility that we face a very large bill to replace the whole water system in the park. This park's been in the council's ownership for many years and was managed by the housing department before Derby Homes was created in 2002. It's not necessarily the easiest of parks to manage. As I said earlier, we don't necessarily have the expertise to manage some of the intricacies of a mobile home park. We do get staff changes. We have to train the staff up from time to time to run the park effectively. And so I would acknowledge that things could have been run better over the years, but that again leads me to the same conclusion that an expert in mobile home parks is probably what's needed.
Thank you. Your next question.
The question was, Madam Mayor, that basically the board were given inaccurate information to reach a decision. They were told that the park was losing money to the sum of, on average, over the last 3 years, £6,000 a year. The water bill for the park is £10,000 a year. If 40% of that water is being lost as it enters the park, then the park is not operating at a loss. There's also a vacant pitch on the park, which nothing has been done about, which could be generating income.
Have you anything to add to your...
No, I've nothing else to add, no.
That was your answer to that question. Thank you.
Well, my answer...
I think we'll move on to the
I do not believe that the consultant provided incorrect information. There are circumstances that can change over time, I would accept. But I don't believe that the fundamental recommendation by the consultant was in error.
Thank you. We mustn't get into a debate on this. Perhaps if you're not satisfied, you could deal with this matter outside the council chamber. So would you ask your second question, please, Councillor Jennings?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Can the Chief Executive of Derby Homes explain why rent arrears appear to be rising and inform Council what actions are being taken to address the situation?
Madam Mayor, the rent arrears of council houses did increase during 2008. At the end of March in 2008, current rent arrears stood at 739,000. This was a performance that, compared with other housing organisations and ALMOs, put us in the top quartile of performers. However, there was already an underlying increase in rent arrears, and this did accelerate during the remainder of the year, so that by September it had increased to 1.3 million. Since then, I'm pleased to say that that rate of increase has declined and been reversed, so that at the end of December, arrears stood at 1.1 million. We do run a target that we aim to hit during the year, and that puts us £40,000 within our target. We have employed external consultants, HQN consultants, to review our performance and give us the benefit of their experience of best practice. And as a result, they've produced an action plan, and this is being implemented. I would like to say that rent arrears inevitably are caused by a variety of factors. I think the impact of the credit crunch has meant that there's been constrained credit in the communities in which we work, and no doubt this has caused an increase in unemployment and tightened the financial belts of tenants. Derby Homes also carried out a reorganisation of its arrears work at the end of 2007, and this was to make the service more proactive, to provide more advice and to prevent arrears. This undoubtedly also caused disruption to staffing levels and a loss of experience within the team. I think that played its part. So we're tackling these issues identified by the HQM report, and work we're doing is, for example, working closely with the Council's Advice and Benefits Service to ensure tenants get the best service in these areas. We've introduced flexible working, which allows us to do early evening contacts to tenants. And we've also increased the amount of preventative work we're doing with new tenants before they become tenants to reduce the likelihood of them falling into arrears. I'm also pretty confident that when the figures come out for the end of this year, we'll see that Derby isn't alone in suffering an increase in rent arrears.
Supplementary, please. Councillor
Thank you,
James.
Madam Mayor. Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Reports from tenants indicate a rising level of dissatisfaction with the level of repairs being carried out to Derby Homes properties. Can the Chief Executive of Derby Homes reassure Council that repair levels are being maintained at an appropriate level?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The Council created Derby Homes in 2002 in order to attract in 100 million of extra funding to improve the Council's stock up to the Government's Decent Home Standard. And this work was carried out between 2002 and 2006. Over 10,000 of the Council's 14,000 properties were improved as a result. But I do think there is the beginning of some dissatisfaction in the levels of repairs, because having done all that work, we're now in the position of having to try to maintain the Decent Home Standard into the future with much more limited funds. The 100 million extra money that came in did solve the backlog of maintenance at the time, but some properties, especially the older pre-war houses, which had already been modernised in the 1980s and the 90s, didn't get money spent on them, and unless levels of funding are increased, we face the prospect of another backlog building up. The Government is reviewing the finances of council housing in England at the moment, and to tie in with this, the Council has started a financial options working party to look into the future options for council housing and Derby Homes. And the aim of this is to report back with recommendations in October later this year, taking into account the outcome of the Government review. This pressure is being felt also, I think, within the day-to-day repairs carried out by Derby Homes through its contractors. And this is the largest service we provide to council tenants, with well over 40,000 repairs carried out each year. We monitor customer satisfaction on a regular basis, and high levels of satisfaction are recorded for the performance of the Inquiry Centre, who receive the majority of repair requests, and very high levels of satisfaction with the attitude of contractor workforces and the quality of the work done. Having said that, a recent completed citywide survey did show an increase in levels of dissatisfaction. I think it's inevitable that when you carry out 40,000 repair jobs, they will account for the largest number of official complaints we receive, and there has been an upward trend in these numbers this year. During the quarters of this year, they've risen, for example, from 29 in quarter 1 to 41 in the last quarter, quarter 3. These figures still are very low compared with the 40,000 repairs carried out. Derby Homes orders most of its repairs with the Council's Environmental Services Department. Unfortunately, the day-to-day repairs service, while still satisfactory, has been more patchy over the past 12 to 18 months. Generally good performance is shown, but there has been a decline in timeliness with problems in managing the completion of urgent repairs, for example. These matters have been discussed with colleagues from Environmental Services Department. Derby Homes Board have expressed its concern to the Director of Environmental Services, who has attended the board meeting to discuss issues. And staff and managers of Derby Homes and Environmental Services are working very closely on an action plan to improve services. For example, workshops have been held with the staff of Environmental Services to explain the improvements planned. And these include using more handheld technology to schedule and manage the work carried out. Changes to the senior management structure have also been introduced by the Director of Environmental Services to ensure that improvements are made in performance. And although it's early days, this is a very positive step and will ensure the problems identified are dealt with.
Thank you very much. Have you anything you'd like to?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I'd just like to thank Mr Davis for his full and very adequate response. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming this evening.
Yes, thank you very much for coming this evening. You're also free to go. Right. Can I have your attention, please? I'm going to propose that we bring item 11 to the next as the next agenda item, please, because we have with us the chair of the Independent Remuneration Panel, Mr. Ian Samways, this evening. And hello. And I'm going to ask, before I move the motion, I'm going to ask Mr. Samways to give us a presentation. But I don't think I'm going to allow any questions because we will be having a debate afterwards. So, Mr. Samways.
Thank you, Madam
Is the
Mayor.
camera picking? Oh, yes, we're fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, can I just say how sorry I am that you weren't able to bring a final place at Wembley from your Old Trafford trip yesterday. But you win some, you lose some. Madam Mayor, thank you for this opportunity to present the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. Before I begin, may I point out 3 typographical errors in the report. On page 7, paragraph 34, the figure for the leader's current allowance should read £29,544.36. On page 12, paragraph 55, the figures for the existing allowances for chairs and vice chairs of overview and scrutiny commissions should read £7,386.08 and £3,693.05 respectively. These figures match up with those in Appendix 1. As a result of a formal request to me last February from all 3 group leaders, the panel agreed to conduct a fundamental review of the members' allowances scheme during 2008. We decided to hear oral evidence and we conducted research. We invited 37 people to give evidence to us in person. Of these, 19 people attended our 4 evidence-gathering sessions and 6 sent us written submissions. We were particularly disappointed, but probably not surprised, that neither Radio Derby nor the Derby Evening Telegraph felt able to contribute to our review. Our research was informed mainly by the report of the Councillors' Commission, a Birmingham University seminar I attended, and comparisons with other similar authorities. We covered the whole range of allowances other than co-optees, travel and subsistence and dependent carers, which we had reviewed fairly recently. Our report makes 15 recommendations to the Council. The basic allowance. We heard a lot of evidence about the basic allowance from councillors in differing personal circumstances. The only consistent messages were that the expectations of constituents had grown and that the amount of time devoted to council work varied between councillors. Derby's current basic allowance is £9,848 and is higher than the average amounts paid by other unitary and metropolitan councils, and it could be argued that no change or even a reduction is justified. We believe that, as stated in the statutory guidance, there must still be a voluntary element to being a councillor. However, we also consider it vitally important to local democracy that the basic allowance should not be a barrier to good quality candidates of all ages and backgrounds putting themselves forward for election to office. We have therefore recommended a small increase in the basic allowance to £10,000 a year, uplifted by next year's index. Overall, we still find it incredibly difficult to evaluate what an appropriate basic allowance, or indeed other allowances, should be. We are therefore recommending that representations are made to government and to the local government association supporting the recommendations of the Councillors' Commission for national guidelines with a range of allowance bands covering different types of local authority. Turning to the Leader of the Council. A very consistent, totally consistent message to us was that the allowance paid to the Leader of the Council should be reviewed. It was made clear to us that being the leader is a very responsible and demanding full-time job, not only in terms of their council duties, but in the wider context as a place shaper for the city. Again, the current allowance compares favourably with many unitary and metropolitan councils, but we support the view put to us by the group leaders that the real comparison should be with our East Midlands neighbours, Leicester and Nottingham. Their leaders' allowances are £44,500 and £33,479 respectively, so we have recommended a midway figure for Derby of £38,989. Now, we recognise that this will be a controversial recommendation, especially in the current economic climate. However, we feel that in the context of a fundamental review, we should not shy away from making a recommendation that we consider to be right. In coming to our conclusions, we had in mind the levels of allowances paid to members of other public authorities and office holders, details of which are in our report. Other special responsibility allowances, SRAs. I've spent some time going through our thinking on the basic allowance and the leader's allowance. For the other special responsibility allowances, SRAs, we focused our deliberations on evaluating whether the current allowances fairly reflect the levels of responsibility carried by these posts. It's worth mentioning here the following extracts from the statutory guidance which both the Independent Remuneration Panel and the Council must take into account. I quote, "Special responsibility allowances may be paid to those members of the Council who have significant, underlined, significant additional responsibilities over and above the generally accepted duties of a councillor. If the majority of members of a council receive a special responsibility allowance, the local electorate may rightly question whether this is justified. Local authorities will wish to consider very carefully the additional roles of members and the significance of those roles, both in terms of responsibility and real-time commitment, before deciding which will warrant the payment of a special responsibility allowance. Under the existing scheme, 43 of our 51 councillors receive an SRA. Our proposals will reduce that to 37, still a majority of the councillors. Madam Mayor, I will just run through the rest of our recommendations. The mayoral SRA should be maintained at the current level, but the Council should consider raising the mayoral purse for mayors who are not able to spend a year as deputy mayor. I would add here that we heard evidence from a number of former mayors and the Council's Civic and Member Services Manager. Although certain members feel strongly that the mayor's SRA should be increased, the evidence presented to us did not justify it. The SRA of the Chair of the Planning Control Committee should be increased back to 60% of the Cabinet member's allowance, with effect from 1st of April 2009. The SRA of the Vice Chair of Planning Control Committee should be increased to 30% of the Cabinet member's allowance, with effect from the 1st of April 2009. The SRA for a Chair of an Overview and Scrutiny Commission should be maintained at the current level, with a review after the proposals set out in the White Paper are enacted. The SRA for a Vice Chair of an Overview and Scrutiny Commission should be removed from the 1st of April 2009. Again, I'm aware that certain members may not find this recommendation, may not view this recommendation favourably, but we did ask witnesses, including the Council's Chief Executive, specific questions about the level of responsibility carried by scrutiny vice-chairs. Their responses led us to the conclusion that the continuation of this SRA would be difficult to justify. The Cabinet members' SRA should be maintained at the current monetary value. The SRA for the Deputy Leader of the Council should be maintained at the current monetary value. The Cabinet member SRA should be made at the 100% value in the new scheme of allowances. This is a change from the current system whereby the Leader's allowance is the 100% figure. By changing the 100% to the Cabinet member, it enables the allowances for the Leader and the Deputy to be determined without a consequent effect on all other allowances. The Council should not at this time introduce an SRA for the Chair or Vice-Chair of the Personnel Committee, but these positions should be reviewed in the next municipal year. The basic and special responsibility allowances should be indexed by the average salary award for local government employees, and that index applied to the allowance levels recommended for 2009-2010. We support the principle of parachute payments for those for loss of office, and we believe the Council should consider introducing these in the light of any subsequent legislation enabling such payments. Ignoring the indexing, the overall financial effects of our proposals are neutral. It is worth noting that the total expenditure by the Council on members' allowances is just 0.5% of its net revenue budget. I'm sure that for all the hard work done by Derby's councillors, this represents very good value for money. In conclusion, Madam Mayor, I would like to stress that this has been a fundamental review of the members' allowances scheme by an independent panel who have examined the issues in considerable depth. The Council has always accepted the panel's recommendations on allowances in the past, and I commend this report to you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for your submission, Mr Samways. Thanks for coming this evening. Well, in the absence of the leader, I'm going to ask the Deputy Leader, Councillor Carr, to propose the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm very happy to propose the motion and very much thank the panel for all their hard work and the depth of investigations they've gone into, which I think have been very helpful. I just wanted to add a couple of points to it. And obviously one of the more contentious things has been the idea of increasing the level of remuneration for the Leader of the Council. I want to put it into the context of the basic allowance and the amount of time and their additional responsibility. In my experience of working with the Leader, which has happened on 2 occasions, both with our current Leader and back in 2003 to 5, being the Leader is clearly a full-time role for the Council, and it should be, and the Leader should be remunerated to enable that to happen. And in my view, the ratio of approximately 1/4 for the basic to 4 times that for full-time Leader is reasonable, and the added value of the role and the responsibility that the Leader carries means that the assessment that the independent panel has put to that, I think, is very reasonable, and I would personally endorse that. The second point I want to make is the role of the Vice-Chairs, and I can respect the conclusion that has been come to in terms of the role of Vice-Chairs of the Overview Scrutiny Commissions. But in the event that the Chair of a Commission is unavailable for a period of time, I think that there is a factor here that does need to be borne in mind. And therefore I welcome the comments in the recommendation about the principle of parachute payments. And I feel those parachute payments or an honorarium or similar in the situation where somebody is acting up to a role such as between Vice Chair and Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Commissions is another situation where those parachute payments and honorarium would be appropriate. And I think that is something which, again, if the legislative position was changed nationally, it would be something that we as an authority might be interested to look into. Finally, I just let people know that it's something we have discussed at length in the group, and it's something that there are varying opinions on, particularly as the report commented in terms of the current economic situation, and it's not something that has been whipped for our group.
Thank you. Before I call on any other speakers, can I have this formally seconded? Thank you. Councillor Carr. Thank you. Right. Councillor Hickson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have an amendment, if I could put it in, please. Can I just preface what I'm going to say first and then formally move the amendment? First of all, I want to publicly thank Ian Samways as chairman of the Independent Review Panel for the considerable amount of time and effort that he's put into chairing and supervising this review, which we asked him to do, and the other independent members of that review panel, who have done a sterling job and taken a lot of time in gathering evidence and in formulating proposals that are being now brought forward to the Council. It is unusual for the Council to disagree with any recommendations put forward by the Independent Review Panel. But I think this year is an exception for a number of reasons, and that leads me to the amendment that I'm shortly going to propose. I think we find ourselves, all of us, and people in this city, in extraordinary financial circumstances, the like of which has not been seen before. And certainly I feel uncomfortable, I think, as do my colleagues and as do colleagues across the Chamber, in discussing allowances that we're going to get or might expect to get, especially in a rising climate of people across the city being fearful or in fact of having lost their jobs, and I think we're all mindful of that. Nevertheless, these jobs have to be done, and people who are doing them have still got bills to pay. I mean, that's the bottom line of all of this. But I think the point to make, sensitively and sincerely, is that we're not oblivious when considering these matters to the needs and the views of people outside this chamber who sometimes don't understand the amount of work that councillors do and have all sorts of misapprehensions that the majority of hard-working day-to-day councillors get extraordinary amounts of money for doing it, which clearly they don't. In the light of that, I'm moving an amendment to Council this evening which will do two things. Although the proposals of the Independent Review Panel may well have merit and may well be appropriate, I think in the current financial climate my group is certainly uncomfortable in proposing them as a package and supporting them as such. But we do believe that there is one fundamental issue in the review which hasn't been properly addressed and which we'd like Council to consider putting right, and that relates, if I spare your blushes, Madam Mayor, to the position regarding the special responsibility allowance for the Mayor. My amendment seeks to address both of the issues that I've talked about. What I'm proposing in the amendment, and Mr Foote will read it in a minute, is that as far as this report goes, we institute a moratorium on all of the proposals that have been suggested for at least 12 months, so that we can have a look what the financial position is likely to be in 12 months' time. But I do think there is a case to be made for the Mayor, and I think the public would accept that there is a case for us looking at the position of the Mayor. The Mayor currently does nearly, or on average, 1,000 engagements every year that they do that job. They have to give up work for a year if they're in full-time employment. They're on call 7 days a week, and the demand for mayoral services, if I can put it that way without being too crude about it, is increasing rather than decreasing. It's clear that organisations and citizens across the city value the role of the Mayor and want the Mayor to attend functions and to meet VIPs that come to the city and to be the figurehead of this city council. And I think that the Independent Review Panel, with the greatest respect, have missed a point as far as the Mayor is concerned. So my modest proposal, in varying from what the Independent Review Panel have said in respect to the Mayor, is that currently, I don't think people understand that the current system only allows, I think Mr Foote will correct me, something in the region of £7,300 as a special responsibility allowance for the mayor for the year that they do that job. And our view is that whatever the current financial circumstances across the city, that is totally inappropriate. And it's inappropriate for two reasons. It's inappropriate because it doesn't reflect the level of work that the mayor does. And I think it's inappropriate because what it's doing is restricting the ability of people, elected members in this chamber, to become the mayor. Because if you're a younger person with a family and a mortgage and all the other commitments that go with that, to take a year off work with no pay is a considerable sacrifice as far as this council is concerned. And I don't want us to be in the situation where the only people who will volunteer and put themselves forward as mayor are going to be retired, or those who've got independent financial means. I think that would be discriminatory, and I think that was the point that I made to the independent remuneration panel, that we want to have a wide spread of people able to fulfil that office, young as well as older people, people with varying lifestyles and responsibilities, but they're not able to do it on the current allowance that's given, and it's artificially reducing the pool of very eligible members across this chamber who can do that job. So the purpose of the amendment, Madam Mayor, is to say we won't implement any of the proposals that have been put forward by the independent remuneration panel because we don't think that the time is right or appropriate. But we do think that something needs to be done about the post of mayor, which I think is valued by citizens across the city and for which I think a very special case has been made. And the very modest proposal in my amendment is that we merely increase the special responsibility allowance of the mayor to the same as a cabinet member. We think that's fair and equitable, and that's the only proposal that we're making this evening on the suggestions that have been put forward by the panel.
Can I have that formally seconded before we read it out, please?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the amendment would be to accept the report and recommendations of the independent remuneration panel, but then with regard to the numbered paragraphs, the amendment would propose treating all of them, apart from paragraph D, by way of imposing a moratorium for 12 months. So that would mean that all the numbered paragraphs apart from D, no action would be taken for 12 months. And I just need some clarification, I think. That would include paragraph N, which relates to the basic indexing of allowances for this year. So if that is confirmed, all of the paragraphs would be no action for 12 months, and with regards to paragraph D, it would be to amend the scheme to put the mayor on the same allowance as special responsibility allowance as a cabinet member.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to endorse the comments made by Councillors Kerr and Hickson regarding the splendid job done by the independent panel. And I myself agree, surprisingly, with Councillor Hickson regarding this matter, although not entirely. Quite honestly, I think the recommendations are sound and in the right settings should be implemented. However, I agree with Councillor Hickson that now is not the time to do that, and I would go further than say hold it for 1 year. I would say hold it for 2 years to ensure we come out of this credit crunch at the right time. I also endorse his comments about the mayor. Yes, I agree. The mayor does a splendid job for Derby. We've had some excellent mayors in the last few years. And yes, looking at the figures, they're vastly, the allowance is vastly underpaid, and I would go along with that. I would also concur with Councillor Kerr that parachute payments should be implemented. I think this is a must. It's very hard for people to have a position and lose the amount of money they do lose after doing a very good job for the city, and therefore I would like to see parachute payments introduced as soon as possible. However, I shan't support it because of what Councillor Hickson has quite rightly said, that it's the wrong time. And I shan't support Councillor Hickson because I believe it should go further than 1 year. I think it should go 2. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Higginbottom, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think a moratorium should be a moratorium, not a moratorium but. There is still an increase involved. We are still talking about the same economic climate. And I'll just remind some members what that is. There are people in this city fearful of losing their jobs tomorrow. If they lose their jobs, if they get another one, they'll be lucky to reduce their salaries by 10%. I would urge that we don't put anything up because it's still quite a hike. It's still 40% increase. And as the first citizen of Derby, I think people will be looking to the Mayor and that role as an example. There are many people in the voluntary sector that have been underpaid for years and they don't just get a great big hike to match them with other organisations. So I can't support this amendment either.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to return us to what I consider a much more fundamental level. This panel, all volunteers, have put hours and hours of work gathering evidence into this. They have taken evidence from many former mayors. They have heard the arguments that Councillor Hickson made to their panel and rejected them. I don't believe we should be tinkering with this at all in form of amendments, and I shall be voting against this amendment.
Councillor Skelton, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm one of those people who can speak both currently as a Cabinet member and previously having been the Mayor. I think that the conclusion on the mayoral allowance that the panel came to was quite correct, and I don't accept what Councillor Hickson has said, and I would agree with what Councillor Higginbottom has said. I do think that part of being Mayor is the honour of doing that role. It's a very, as you know, a very enjoyable role, and I think the fact that several years ago now the Mayor was given a special responsibility allowance to reflect the fact that he or she chairs this meeting is quite proper and correct, and that was right. But I don't think there should be any further tinkering with it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Keane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure that Councillor Hickson's amendment will save a penny or any money at all, because the proposal as put forward by the panel effectively transfers money from vice chair positions to the Mayor, is the biggest transfer. To the leader, sorry, I beg your pardon, to the leader, and then it adds an extra allowance for the Mayor. So net, the overall cost of allowances compared to what is suggested by the panel is probably higher. So I don't think you can justify that proposal in terms of the current economic climate for those reasons, because when you're deferring it, it's actually costing more than when you're not deferring it.
Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment?
I'd like to take issue with that last comment, actually. I think you just completely misunderstand the situation. It's not going to cost more money, it's going to cost less money than the recommendations. We're not going to increase the leader's salary by £10,000 a year. We're going to increase the Mayor's responsibility allowance by about £4,000 a year.
Councillor Kerr.
I just feel, Madam Mayor, that the Conservative group have forgotten all the points that have been put forward, because one of them is to remove the allowance for the vice chairs of the Overrule Scrutiny Committees, and the total cost of those allowances is equivalent, very closely equivalent, to the proposed increase in the leader's allowance. And if we do not implement these, then we won't be picking up on that reduction in cost, and therefore will only be adding the proposal to increase the cost. So I'm sorry, it's just a matter of simple arithmetic.
Councillor Keane, was that a point of personal explanation that you were trying to make? That's so you're okay now. That's fine, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Those in favour of the amendment? Those against, please. Show. I'm going to...
For 14, against more than 14.
Say that again.
It's lost, madam.
It's lost. Well, you tried. Thank you. No. Sorry, I'm after this debate. Right. Councillor Williamson, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And can I just add the thanks of our group to the Independent Remuneration Panel and Mr Samways in particular, because it was a very comprehensive report, and we do very much thank him and his team for undertaking the comprehensive review of members' allowances. And the Labour Group does, in general terms, agree with the thrust of the Remuneration Panel's recommendations, with one or two exceptions. But as has already been mentioned this evening, in the present economic climate, the view of our group is that we should defer the implementation of the recommendations, save for the cost of living increase that the staff of the Council will receive. And I therefore have an amendment, Madam Mayor, to the recommendation that I would like you to read. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for that, please, Councillor Williamson? Thank you.
This amendment consists of keeping the status quo for all paragraphs apart from paragraph N, which be approved. So the amendment is to approve paragraph N and to defer consideration of all the other paragraphs.
Right. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, I don't think it needs a great deal of explanation, Madam Mayor. I think other speakers have already made the point that we are facing unprecedented economic circumstances in this city and across the world, and there are a large number of people who are worried about the potential of not just losing their job, but potentially losing their homes. And it's not that we don't believe that members do a first-class job. It's not that we don't believe that members are underpaid, undervalued public servants. There is a growing demand on the role of elected members. I'd like to think that certainly our group have stepped up to the plate in terms of providing good representation for the people in this city. Mr Samways made a very cogent point when he referred to the need to ensure that members are adequately remunerated to enable us to attract new people to serve as elected officials in this city. We are facing very uncertain economic times at the moment. That in itself actually will make it more difficult for people, younger people in particular, to give up the time to sacrifice their career prospects, their salary and so on, in order to provide the time commitment that's required to be a modern day councillor. But in spite of that, our group does still believe that because of the economic circumstances to which I have referred and other speakers have mentioned, that until we know that we are through the worst of this, until the economic circumstances have improved, that we should place a moratorium on the implementation in the way in which Mr Foote has read out this evening. So, excuse me, so that at some point in the future we can revisit these recommendations with a view to possibly considering their implementation at a later stage.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on? Oh, Councillor Carr. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I believe that I could go with that. I understand from what Councillor Williamson's saying that it would be open to Council at any time if things improved, but probably for 2009-10 at least, that we could bring this back unchanged, other than the indexation he's talked about. Is that the case? I'm really asking for a bit of clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Anybody else wish to speak on Councillor Williamson's amendment? Yes. Yes. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr. Well, just a minute. Yeah, that's all right. Yes, that's okay. Sorry, Councillor.
I'm sorry, I'm just failing on the logic on this, because for me, given that the total cost of the allowances is much the same before and after these proposals in front of us, then to say we're going to delay looking at them apart from an annual increase doesn't seem to make any difference in terms of putting that in the context of the current economic situation. The only line here which makes sense to look at in terms of the economic situation is that line N, in which it provides effectively your pay increase, our pay increase. And if we're saying that it's the pay increase that is inappropriate at this time, then it's that line N that is the one we ought to be taking out, not the one that we are leaving in.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really thought that we would have got down merely to a formal seconding of this motion. However, Councillor Kerr once again muddies the waters. Why she doesn't listen to a wiser counsel in her group from Councillor Carr, I don't know. He summed it up quite eloquently. Excellent, Martin. Thank you very much. See, it's not only me that interrupts people. I do have to say that it is something to do with the way people see things. Councillor Kerr sees it as a budgeted item for the council, a nice round sum that is only going to go up by 2.4% or whatever it is, and so that's okay. And never mind whether the people in Derby who are losing their jobs see that certain people in leadership roles are accepting increases of 33%. I actually think to people in my constituency who are losing their jobs, who are frightened of the current economic climate, one or two even, who probably live up on the Bredsall hilltop in the richer areas close to Oakwood, may actually have lost a lot of money on their investments and are worried about the current economic climate. And it's a smack in the face to pensioners who rely on those kind of investments, that we could sit in here and say, let's give the leader a 33% pay rise, and it doesn't matter really, because we've wrapped it up in a cloak of conspiracy and concealment that says, OK, well, it's just on the overall sum, and you don't really notice it. Well, they do notice it. They do understand, and they would be offended, and that's why the moratorium is there. When the economic climate improves, we should take the necessary action to revisit this. Thank you.
Councillor Higginbottom.
I know the Liberal Democrats don't do big on accountability, but the point of the matter is not the amount of money. It's about the public perception of leaders of the city taking big pay increases. Please understand that.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Well, I very much like those comments there, but not quite true. Nevertheless, I will endorse what Councillor Williamson and Roberts have said, because that's entirely what I had in mind. I put a date on it, but an open date, as far as I'm concerned, is much better, and I go with the amendment.
Just a minute. I'll tell you when to go to the vote. Thank you. Right. Anybody else like to speak on Councillor Williamson's amendment? All those in favour of Councillor Williamson's amendment? All those against, if you dare. So the motion. So, anybody like to speak on the motion as amended? Would you?
I'm very proud to be a member of this council tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Graves?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All I wanted to stand up and say is that we recognise the hard work that Ian Samways and the Independent Remuneration Panel has put in, and to say to them that their work is not gone unhelpful. We will be looking back at it, because I do not want those people on the panel to go away thinking that this council disregards the hard work that they put in.
Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you very much. So the motion is carried as amended by Councillor Williamson. Is that right?
Just put it again and say those in favour of the amendment.
Those in favour of the amendment, yes. Those in favour of the motion as amended, just so we're clear. I know, but let's be clear. It's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Samways. Thank you for your time this evening. And please give our thanks to the panel for sitting. Thank you. Right. Can somebody fetch the leader back, please? She's on her way. I need Councillor Jones for the next item. Oh, where's my next item? Right. Just, can I have your attention, please, colleagues? Thank you very much. Just when you thought you got away from the questions, we're back to them. So, first question, this is council, non-council cabinet members to members of the council cabinet. Right, and the first one is from Councillor Willoughby to Councillor Carr, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to ask a question this evening. Good evening, Councillor Carr. Perhaps would the Cabinet member please inform Council why the nearest recycling facilities to Lambourne Court, Allestree, at Park Lane and Blenheim Drive were withdrawn before the coloured recycle bins were introduced to individual households?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Willoughby. Since the introduction of the curbside recycling scheme, many of the city's bring sites have had reductions in the amount of material sent there by Derby residents. This has made the vast majority of sites expensive to run, and in addition, these sites are prone to vandalism and fly tipping. Our curbside collection has proved very successful. The scheme can accommodate any material that was previously taken at any of the bring sites and is now provided to over 90,000 households in the city. A budget saving from closing the bring sites was identified during the 2008-2009 budget round. Although it was decided where there were large numbers of properties currently not on the curbside scheme, some sites would remain. It was inevitable that in some areas which had small individual properties not on the curbside scheme, they would lose their existing bring site facility. Although some residents could take the opportunity to take their recyclates to the larger bring sites when they do their shopping. This is because not every property yet to go onto the curbside recycling scheme can have individual brown and blue bins, and the estimated 12,000 properties yet to be adopted on the scheme have to be surveyed to examine the suitability for the three-bin approach, or some other configuration of local or community-type bins. In the case of Lambourne Court, officers are developing plans, having already met with local people, to introduce a community scheme for this complex, as there has been a particular demand for this. This approach is also being made in other parts of the city, where a demand has been expressed locally and where a community scheme can be delivered. Of course, the timescales for developing local schemes will vary dependent on the complexity of the issues for any particular site. Nonetheless, Waste Management have an 18-month plan to complete the rollout of curbside and community-based recycling schemes for every property in the city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Have your supplementary, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Does he not agree, though, that in this instance this goes against a number of pledges that the Liberal Democrats made? Firstly, Councillor Richards twice, in April 2008 and then in June last year as well, where he said about improving recycling facilities in Derby, and then a general Liberal Democrat leaflet which claimed that the Liberal Democrats have increased the number of bin rounds since taking over the council. Does he not agree that in the case of my residents, these pledges have not been fulfilled? Thank you.
No, I don't agree with that, Councillor Willoughby, but then you wouldn't expect me to. We have rolled out a lot more additional rounds. There will be some areas, as I said, where we can't do the recycling in that property right at this time, but we will roll it out to every property in the city, as we promised.
Thank you very much. Councillor Willoughby to Councillor Jones.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Councillor Jones. Would the Leader of the Council please state why she's failed to provide an initial response to an email from one of my constituents relating to an accident on the Duffield Road bus lane?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There have been a large number of letters and emails about the Duffield Road bus lane. To ensure consistency and efficiency, replies are being provided by the Regeneration and Community Department. I have contacted the person that you named in the original question, and he expressed surprise that you'd raised the question and had actually named him. I'm glad you've taken the name out for the sake of privacy. He was not aware, and indeed he informed me he had not realised that he was still awaiting any reply. I will ensure that we follow up the matter and that all his questions are answered, if there are indeed any outstanding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask a supplementary, if that's okay. Is in fact, the silence on this issue that she personally wants to make evidence that she does not actually want to admit, when she heard about these accidents and near accidents that have happened on the Duffield Road bus lane, that her administration had made a mistake in making the bus lane permanent?
I think that was a statement. Not at all. I mean, Sorry? I think it was a statement, Madam Mayor.
I'll decide that. Will you answer?
I will say, no, we haven't made a mistake in leaving the bus lane where it is. We are working with officers to look at that, and my colleague here is dealing with issues as they come in. And as I said in my original answer, the Regeneration and Community Department are dealing with that and heading it up.
Thank you very much. Councillor Graves to Councillor Nater, please. Oh yes, I've crossed you off. Yes, you may ask your question. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would the Leader of the Council like to say anything to the general public who, and I quote from her words at the last Council meeting, have nothing better to do than watch Council meetings on the internet?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comments were intended to express sympathy with the people who view council proceedings on the internet. I would say that I do apologise for the disrespectful behaviour regularly displayed in this council chamber, particularly by certain members of the Conservative group. However, I want to go on and address those citizens, since you've asked me what I would like to say to them. I would like to remind the citizens of Derby that this is a wonderful city that we live in. It's somewhere we should be proud to live. It's a centrally situated city. It's a gateway to the Peak District. We have the UNESCO World Heritage Site. We have some fantastic history, culture, and a great football team. As leader, I work closely with many others in the city and region. And these people are equally proud. We've heard already this evening about the good relationships we have with the police and the partnership working there. But we also work closely with big employers such as Rolls-Royce and Bombardier. And we work with the smaller places such as on the Cathedral Quarter. And again, we need to be proud of what we do here. I think this Liberal Democrat administration is proud to be helping our city and our citizens at this time. Times are tough. And some of you out there who are watching on the internet face tough times, but we want to work together with you to make our city a fine and even better place where we can live, work and relax together. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Before I call on the supplementary, I know it's coming. I'm certain it's coming. Can I ask, could we settle down a bit, please? A lot of moving around and... No, I know we've been sitting for a while. Can we just settle? Thank you, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and fellow members. I'd just like to, for the avoidance of doubt, I'd just like to remind members of exactly what the leader of this council said.
Looking at what's before us now, the priorities, I just wanted to draw the attention to those unfortunate enough to have nothing better to do but listen on the internet.
Yes. Thank you. That's not a question, is it?
Well,
it's a noise.
yes, it is actually part of the question, Madam Mayor, because now I've reminded her of exactly what her words were. I'd like to ask her once again if she thinks this is acceptable behaviour from the leader of this city and whether she would like to apologise.
Do you like to apologise?
Does the member over there wish to apologise for the behaviour in the council meeting?
That's next question. That's your answer. Next question. Now it is Councillor Graves to Councillor Nater, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm impressed with the talents of Councillor Jennings. I didn't realise he was a trained ventriloquist. Very good. Excellent. Can you just do that again for us? It was very good. Can't say that, Councillor. Councillor Nater, why do you think it is necessary to spend £50,000 on consultants that will reveal there is a lack of investment in our leisure centres?
Thank you, Councillor Graves. Since the condition survey of the Council for sports centres was conducted in late 2005, Councillor Graves well knows that there has been a series of developments at a national, local level that will have an impact on sport, activity, recreation and physical activity. In February last year, as Cabinet Member, Councillor Graves presented the results of the largest single study of adult participation in sport and activity, recreation in Europe, active people, to Council Cabinet. The study indicated that 20.4% of the adult population in Derby participated in at least 3 times 30 minutes of moderate intensity sport or active recreation each week, and highlighted the significant variances that exist across the city. The national figure is 21%, and this places Derby in the middle 50% nationally and lower quartile regionally. The Cabinet report also covered the physical activity levels of young people in the city and illustrated that on average 57% of young people do not achieve 60 minutes moderate intensity activity each day. On average, children undertook only 16 minutes of moderate activity on weekdays and alarming 7 minutes at weekends, and similar to adult participation. There is a significant variation across the city. As children get older and physical activity level fall, and by year 10, on average 67% of males and 70% of females did not achieve 60 minutes of moderate intensive activity per day. Sports England has also produced a market segmentation model to help organisations understand the nation's attitude and motivations, why people play sport and why they don't. It comprised of 19 sporting segments that provided the knowledge of influence people to take part in this work is part of the drive to get 2 million people doing more sport by 2012. Each segment can be explored at different geographic levels, and it is now possible to find out what people's sporting habits are, in particular street, community, local authority and region. In the light of the above developments, I thought it would be useful to quote an extract from Councillor Graves' report that he and Council Cabinet acknowledged. The above research and information to assist strategic planning has only emerged over the past 2 years. It has implications for prioritisation of resources and investment decisions throughout the delivery system, particularly within local authorities and community sports networks. It will also be useful for those working in delivery sports locally. I think the answer answers Councillor Graves' question and clearly justifies the need for a feasibility study to ensure there is the right mix of good quality and sustainable facilities that contribute to the regeneration of the city. Dovetails with the plans for building schools for future and plans for others involved in developing sport, active recreation and physical activity. If there is still any doubt about this, then let's not forget Derby now has to be measured against local area agreements. There are two key national indicators in agreement that we have to set challenging targets for that specifically relate to sport, and these are NI 8, adult participation in sport, NI 57, children and young people, participation in high quality PE and sport. We will be required to provide evidence on progress to Government Office for East Midlands, so getting future provision wrong is simply not an option. Thank you.
Have a supplementary, please. I'm sure you've got one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's clear tonight that he hadn't read that statement before. He's only just read it, the way he's delivered it to us. And your quoting from my review is quite right, which actually goes to show that we don't need another review. There is a lack of investment in our leisure centres. Is it that you want to spend this 50,000 so that someone else can tell us that you intend to close council facilities, and so once again try to abdicate responsibility, or is it that you don't think the officers are up to the job?
Madam Mayor, I think I've covered a lot of the points that Councillor Graves has made, and last night at the Community Commission the decision was looked at and they approved the paper. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nater. Councillor Hickson to Councillor Jones, please.
Will the Leader of the Council please inform members what the legal position is with regard to the webcast meetings of this Council, which are transmitted live and are then available on the Council's webpage as an archive? In particular, what is the legal position on copyright, and does copyright in its normal legal application apply either to these webcasts or to any other webcasts of the Council?
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. It appears you asked two questions, but I can answer them both very simply. The images are the property of the Council and therefore subject to copyright laws.
That being the case, Madam Mayor, the Leader of the Council said on Radio Derby during an interview, and I can replay it if you want me to, but I won't on this occasion, that when the webcast comments that were repeated this evening by Councillor Jennings formed part of another article, which I'll come to in a moment, that she was going to mount legal proceedings. Have those legal proceedings now been mounted that she told the public were going to be?
The Council, at this present moment in time, is not taking legal proceedings.
Councillor Hickson, your next question to Councillor Jones, please.
Is the Leader of the Council aware of, and has she watched, a posting on the YouTube website from an organisation calling itself the Derby Lib Dems, following the November Council meeting, which paints her in a very poor light and which has received airings on both national and local media, in which her behaviour brought the entire Council into disrepute? Is it true that following the YouTube publication, she spoke to officers asking them to try and suppress the YouTube article under the guise of copyright issues to prevent her own personal embarrassment? And does she believe that this is an appropriate use of officer time and council resources?
Yes, I am aware. I don't think the posting you refer to paints me in a bad light. It paints... Thank you, Madam Mayor. It paints the person who took the images, maliciously edited them and then published them in a bad light.
Hear, hear.
We know these images are the property of the Council because I've just said that. I am sure Councillor Hickson would not condone someone breaking the rules of copyright. I did ask officers to look into the copyright issue. I believe it is useful to know that action could be taken to protect all members should there be any repetition of this incident. I am sure Councillor Hickson would want this information if someone webcast images of some of his contributions edited them and published them on YouTube. I am sure Councillor Hickson will be interested to note that the posting of images can constitute a civil libel action or indeed a criminal prosecution, something I may well pursue through my own legal contacts.
Councillor Hickson.
I'm tempted to wish the Chief Constable was still here. He could have put the handcuffs on now and we could have gone off. But absolutely. And just for the record, I'm quite happy to have any of my comments posted on YouTube. In fact, at the suggestion of the Leader of the Council, I may well do that in future. But the serious point underlying this question was that the whole episode dragged this Council and members who do behave responsibly and make appropriate comments as far as members of the public are concerned into disrepute. And I think simply the issue is that the Leader of the Council could just stand up and say, quite simply, that she apologises unreservedly for what happened.
I think the people who posted the webcast should apologise unreservedly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hickson to Councillor Jones, please. Next question. Supporting businesses within the city.
The current economic downturn is seriously affecting all businesses in the city, with many facing bankruptcy as a result of the failure of the banking system, the lack of available credit, and a severe reduction in customer spending and confidence. It is therefore important for local businesses to know that they have the support of this Council and its members as they face such unprecedented and difficult trading times. Will the Leader of the Council please inform Council what measures she intends to take on behalf of the Council to support and encourage businesses in the city, and what specific initiatives will be brought forward to support businesses in the months ahead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are all well aware of the impact of the current global economic climate on businesses in Derby and the rest of the country, and the threat that this poses to our economic well-being. The City Council has undertaken a number of direct actions to support businesses during these changeable times, and partners are also undertaking a large range of other activities in support. The Council's own support is through a number of financial initiatives, including payment of creditor invoices for small and medium-sized enterprises within 10 days, supporting businesses by extending payment arrangements to make non-domestic rate payments more manageable, promoting small business rate relief. Over 1,400 businesses have already successfully qualified for this, reduction or remission of non-domestic rates on the grounds of hardship, contacting businesses struggling to pay their non-domestic rates so that we can offer appropriate support. This Council routinely prioritises information from the Valuation Office to fast-track any changes in rateable value that could result in credits for businesses. We also offer support to major businesses by having a bespoke response mechanism for particular needs. As an authority, we continue to work closely with our bigger employers where they feel we can play a role in supporting them through this difficult time. For example, we are in discussions with Royal Crown Derby about their plans to improve productivity both in the short and long term. We have also made an offer to City Group EGG to create a task force that will support their plans to develop further their base in Derby. We will also continue to work actively with partners to bring in new investment into the city through the activities of Locating Derby and Marketing Derby, our ERDF and single programme grant aid initiatives, and lobbying. I'm currently involved in an emerging network of local authorities across the UK who have aerospace interests, an initiative which has always had cross-party support. And we also have representation on the Enterprise Loan East Midlands panel, which distributes business loans of up to £25,000 per application to small enterprises who may have struggled to borrow from more traditional sources. There is also a whole range of initiatives being undertaken on a regional and national front, coordinated through the Regional Cabinet recently established by Phil Hope MP, our Regional Minister. Most of these are operated through Business Link and East Midland businesses. funded by EMDA and the government. I will not elaborate particularly on these regional initiatives, but can happily provide further information to Councillor Hickson separately if he should require it.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Well, one of the areas that the Council could take direct action on if it wished is in regard to the high number of empty units that are currently appearing all over the city, most notably in the Market Hall and the Eagle Centre Market. But there are other shop units lying empty and a blight on the city at a time when we really ought to be stimulating businesses. Will the Leader of the Council therefore bring forward proposals so that these units can be occupied at either nil rent or reduced rent so that businesses can be kick-started into starting?
Thank you. That's in one of my colleagues' portfolios, but I'm told that we are already well ahead with working on just such proposals, and certainly if you wish for further information, I'm sure that we can provide it to you.
Councillor Hicks and Councillor Nater, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The recent fiasco over the proposed closure of public toilets demonstrates only too clearly what happens when ill-thought-out budget cuts are proposed and the public are not consulted over services which they both value and need. The sorry saga over the proposed public toilet closures has revealed a number of disturbing issues, not least the fact that the controlling group both misled and apparently lied to this council by stating in particular that both the new bus station toilets and local businesses could provide a suitable alternative facility, when it turned out that neither of these statements was true. In November, it was brought to light that local businesses had never been properly consulted and did not agree to their premises being used by the general public. But most significantly, at a meeting of the bus operators on January the 6th, attended by Councillor Kerr and by Councillor Roberts as well as myself, it was also revealed that the bus operators hadn't been consulted either, and that they were hostile to a wider use of the bus station toilets other than for their own passengers. Would the Cabinet member therefore take this opportunity to explain why this council was misled in the way that it was, and would the Cabinet member like to apologise both to this council and the public for its gross deception on this issue and the distress caused as a result?
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. At the Council meeting on November the 19th, I was asked during public questions to provide a list of alternative conveniences that would be available if the toilet closure plans went ahead. In responding, I mentioned the Quad, Assembly Rooms, Queen's Leisure Centre, the Salt Mill, Pickford's House Museum. I also mentioned buildings that may be perceived as public, such as Westfield Centre and the railway station. However, I stated that I was restricting my response to those that were available to the public. My only reference to the bus station was to state that the assembly room toilets would stay open until the public toilets at the new bus station are open. This was a fact and not misleading. I made no specific assurances that local businesses would provide alternative facilities, but I did say we are looking at other facilities that may be open to the public as well. Again, this was fact and not misleading. In the same meeting, the issue was raised again in a debate about the corporate priorities. In that debate, my colleagues, Councillor Jones, Kerr, Skelton and Troop, all spoke. The matter was debated again at an extraordinary meeting of the Council on December the 16th, during which I spoke along with my colleagues, Councillor Kerr and Carr. At no point in these two debates did I or any of my colleagues make any misleading statements about the use of toilets provided by local businesses or toilets in the new bus station.
Madam Mayor, I beg to disagree. And it doesn't matter how the Cabinet member twists and turns out of trying to make an apology for untrue facts that he proposed to this Council, but both I and I think members on this side, and probably the Labour group as well, were very clear that when the Liberal Democrats brought forward the toilet closure proposals, they told us they were doing that in the light of the fact that local businesses said they could use theirs and the bus station would be available. Clearly, neither of those statements were true. Now, I think it brings local politics into disrepute when members like Councillor Jones and now Councillor Nater can't apologise to the public when they've misled them and told direct lies.
Oh, well, that wasn't a question, was it?
May I raise a point of information regarding this element of the budget?
May I respectfully point out to the Deputy Leader?
My apologies.
And you know all about the etiquette where mayors are concerned, don't you, Councillor Roberts? Yes. Well, yeah. It's irregular, you know, but...
Will you indulge me, Madam Mayor?
Can we indulge?
This is a point of information.
I'll raise a point of order. And the point of order is this, that there is no such thing, and I know the Constitution inside out, so forget it, Lucy, you may as well sit down. There is no point of information except on a contribution to a debate where the member's already spoken and wishes to rise to explain something that they've said that's been misinterpreted. That's not the case here. These are written questions. There is no point of information. I hope that's helpful, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that all right, my learned friend? Thank you. Right. Question from Councillor Bayliss to Councillor Kerr. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Kerr. Could you please explain why work has not restarted on Ulverston District Centre, as you said at the July 2008 full council meeting, in answer to Councillor Graves, that contractors would be ready to begin work early in the new year 2009, and consequently why you have misled council and the residents of Ulverston?
Madam Mayor, just briefly, before I go on to that question, may I just draw people's attention to this document which we've all been given regarding the budget, the detailed budget proposals. It's very easy to look beyond the contents and the explanatory note to the detailed, interesting charts later on. But if you do pause at the explanatory note, there is a very clear explanation about the proposed savings on public conveniences that were included in last year's budget.
Oh, we're back to conveniences.
Everyone's attention.
Fascinating though this is.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Point of
Right.
order, Madam Mayor. Could you ask the Council Cabinet Member to answer the question?
Yeah, that too. Yes,
Madam
would you
Mayor,
mind answering the
Madam Mayor,
question,
I have
please?
not yet
Thank you.
sat down, but I'd like to draw to your attention and possibly to Councillor Bayliss' attention.
That's not a focus, is it?
No, not at all. This is what I refer to as single-sided scrap.
Oh, right.
I use paper that's got one side unused.
Right. If this is relevant to Councillor Bayliss' question.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank
it's relating to Councillor
Please
Bayliss'
carry
question.
on then.
He asked two questions. He has two questions to be answered. They're a very similar topic, and I was going to answer both questions together. So whether he would like to ask the second question before I answer
Well,
this
I
one.
think I'll decide whether we have to, if you don't mind. No, answer this one first, please, and then we'll go to the second one.
Right.
Thank you.
Come to me. But work towards Ulverston District Centre has not stopped, though most of this work has been on the detailed plans to allow the construction costs and construction methods to be identified. Some of these detailed plans have been available in Ulverston Library for those who are interested to look at them. I said in an answer to an earlier question at a previous meeting, it is most likely that the next phase of works will commence early in 2009, with future phases following in the summer, subject to available funding. This is still the case. I can now say that the next phase of work is to start with street lighting improvements on the week commencing the 8th of February, and it will last until the start of March. Immediately following the completion of these works, the Council's highways contractor will begin the environmental improvements on London Road from Y Street to Beckett Close. It is anticipated that these works will be completed by the end of June. The cost of all this work will exceed the budget agreed by Council last March, but will be covered if necessary, and with the agreement of the Highways and Transport Programme Board, from underspends on other projects. Continuation of the work beyond this will be dependent on the details and agreement of the capital budget in March.
Now, do you want to ask a supplementary, Councillor Bayliss, or do you want to go straight on to your second?
Oh, no, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask a
I
supplementary.
thought you might, yes.
I mean, you must be really embarrassed, because what you've just said to us is you're trying to include the lighting PFI is the improvements in District Centre. And I stand here shamefully exposing the fact you've misled, with this falsehood, this council and the people of Ulverston about the starting of the works. They aren't starting in early 2009. This is outrageous. Would you apologise?
Madam Mayor, it is not lighting PFI work that is going on. This is outside the PFI. It has taken separate negotiations to achieve this, and we did not want a repeat of last year's fiasco when the improvements works went on, and then we had to come back and redo them because the lighting had been poorly programmed due to pressure from local members to get something happening on the ground before the project was really ready to roll.
Councillor Bayliss, your next question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been told by senior council officers in relation to Ulverston District Centre that no decision on starting the works and letting the contract for the actual works, not the lighting, will be taken until March 2009. Is this true?
Madam Mayor, as I've already explained, and I'll take this as supplementary because you clearly didn't understand my previous answer. Madam Mayor, I've already explained then that the works are starting with the lighting, which is part of the contract, and will then continue with the environmental works. And the environmental works are due to start in March, but the actual contract works will be starting beginning of February.
Yes.
Well, Madam Mayor, by any measure, Councillor Kerr has failed to answer the question, has failed to deliver on the pledge of early 2009. Given your failure to provide adequate answers, I would say you've misled. In fact, I'd say you've lied to the electors of Ulverston. Can you sort the answers out? And can this council and the electors of Ulverston believe what you say? Because I'm told their work won't start. I'm sure that it's not going to start, so you can apologise now, because I'm sure it won't.
Madam Mayor, I fear that Councillor Bayliss is failing to listen properly because certainly in my book, January and February would be early. I say May, June might be mid, and sort of October, November might be late 2009. I believe, Madam Mayor, we're still in the realms of early 2009.
Councillor Latham to Councillor Nater.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. A question to Councillor Nater. Can Councillor Nater please explain why he agreed to open the Oakwood Library when he knew that the Mayor had been invited, showing a complete lack of respect to Derby's first citizen and consequently forcing the Mayor to withdraw from the occasion?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm grateful for this opportunity to clarify what appears to have been an unfortunate misunderstanding. It was appropriate that as Cabinet Member with both library and sports centres within my portfolio, I would be involved in opening of this imaginative joint venture. I did not hesitate then, when asked by the departments involved, to accept their invitation to attend. This is in an email of 19th of December. Formal invitations were issued by the two heads of service on their return from the Christmas break on 6th of January. At no point was I made aware that with my involvement would lead to Mayor to withdraw from the event. I would never have intentionally showed lack of respect to this office of Mayor. I regret that such a positive service development had apparently created a protocol difficulty. In future, I will liaise with the Mayor's office about official opening ceremonies that fall within my portfolio.
Councillor Latham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding is that the Mayor had an invitation before Christmas and that you would have been aware of this. And I'm pleased to hear that you will now respect the office of the Mayor, because unfortunately many other of your members in your group do not. And I would have thought that if the Mayor is invited to something, he or she, depending on when it is, should be invited to take part in the opening. This has not been the case in many occasions in the past from your group, because you are insisting on jumping forward and getting the limelight, or apparently trying to get the limelight, when you should be at least doing it together if you are not doing it, if you're not allowing the Mayor to do it on his or her own. So I would like to say, who is running this council, the members or the officers?
Sorry, thank you. Like I said, in future, I will liaise with the Mayor's office, and I think, Mayor, if I may address you, on many occasions that I've met you at functions, I've always addressed you in the correct manner and shown that same amount of respect. So, unlike Councillor Latham, too busy trying to get the publicity and jump in front of me, so you know, if I've caused any offence, I do apologise.
Councillor Nater, Olympic-sized swimming pool, please.
Yes, the Olympics are coming next to this country in 2012. Could the Cabinet member, Councillor Nater, with responsibility, tell the Council why he has ruled out Derby having an Olympic-sized swimming pool anywhere in the city?
As mentioned about the condition survey to Councillor Graves earlier on, swimming is an important part of sport, and it is an excellent form of exercise. The Council recognises the importance of providing a level of swimming provision that caters for the different elements of swimming, from the performance end to the Learn to Swim programme. However, past research undertaken within the city has highlighted the importance of providing localised facilities across the city as part of the network of sports facilities across the city. Councillor Latham will be aware that the report undertaken in 2005 identified the cost to refurbish our current facilities would cost Council approximately 20 million and to rebuild them 50 million. At this present moment in time, over 10,000 children go through the Council's Learn to Swim programme. And in April, I am pleased to say that we will be launching the free swimming initiative for under 16s and over 60s. It's important that any plans for swimming provision meets the future needs of the swimming at the level, and I'm not convinced that a 50-metre pool would achieve this. I think these are important questions that need to be considered within the feasibility study. We will be commissioning to ensure that there is the right mix of good quality, sustainable facilities that contributes to the regeneration of the city, dovetails with plans building schools for the future, and plans for others involved in developing swimming and sport, active recreation and physical activity. Councillor Latham, to be realistic, we would not be able to have an Olympic pool by 2012, even if funding was available, due to the design build times required for a facility of this size. However, I would like to see state-of-the-art facilities in the city, and I will be working to achieve this. I have set my priorities around young children, 0 to 5, to start with, and not forgetting children we currently work with various age groups. In my view, if we as a council want the best for our children, we have to start again from the beginning. In other words, a whole culture change around health, lifestyle and living. I believe that every child should have the opportunity to learn to swim. This is why I proposed a feasibility study for the whole city to review what's currently on offer and how we can improve on this. But hey, guess what? The leader of your party does not like sports because he wants to call in the decision to such a study. Sport has moved on, and I suggest we move with it. How would you suggest we move ahead, Councillor Latham? Get Councillor Hickson a bike? Sport is a lifeline to many people in the community that I work with. They are committed and don't talk about it, but just do it. So I would be grateful if you could support my vision, our vision, to develop sports and leisure facilities in the city of Derby.
Thank you. Councillor Latham.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Nater. I think you weren't really listening to the question. My understanding was that we had already decided as a council that we were going to have an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Are you aware that we've got two very good gold medalists within a short range of this city, one in Belper Ross, Davenport, and Rebecca Adlington in Mansfield? Both of them have to travel either to Loughborough or to Sheffield. They have absolutely no choice as to the times that they train. They do it because other people more local to that area have already booked the slots. They can't choose when they do. They are our hopes for 2012. And I think that as we are under-provided for the swimming pools within the city, we don't need another review because we know about it. Yes, there will be a question. Well, I've asked him, is he aware that we have got these people who could possibly win Olympic medals, and we don't need another review, we need you to move on it. When will you start to show vision and leadership in this council?
Councillor, I'm sure you don't want us to spend £50 million for two people. but on many occasions presenting some of the awards, it's been a great pleasure of mine to actually have a look at the young people that's coming on board. I've met both of them and offered my sincere, and I think through the council we actually said that we will send them a letter of, yeah. And on the Olympic pool side, well, I'm sorry, I do apologise. As far as I'm concerned, it was only one email that was sent. The records show. I don't think nothing was decided. And as far as activities go and people go, I think I know children being involved in sport that travel to Loughborough, Mansfield, in their given sport to achieve what they want to do, aspire, supported by their families. So, Councillor Latham, I think I've answered your question fully.
Councillor Latham, Councillor Nater, Library in Oakwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question again to Councillor Nater. Could the Cabinet member explain why one of the Liberal Democrat members, alongside him, did not want the new library in Oakwood Leisure Centre?
Councillor Latham.
Can you lift your microphone up to your mouth? Thank you. Well, you know what I mean. Or...
Councillor Latham, may I suggest that you ask the member concerned, or have you fallen out with him? Personally, personally, I think the gym and library combination is a jewel in the city, and as you're aware, well used already.
Question, please.
Councillor Nater, you were obviously there at the opening, and you saw the councillor I'm referring to strutting about, and he's also put in saying how pleased he was with it, and also has put into his latest focus that he's fully supportive and he was the first person through the doors to sign up to it. But could you tell me why in the focus leaflet edited by Frank Harwood in April 2008, he says the Conservatives have let Oakwood down. We were promised a new library and all we've got is a room attached to the leisure centre. Liberal Democrats councillors in Mickleover got a brand new library for their residents. Why have the Conservatives shortchanged Oakwood? What suddenly changed his mind to think this is the best thing since sliced bread?
Councillor Latham, again, I suggest you ask the member. But saying that, I think we've got a great facility that people of Oakwood can enjoy. I think it's really great. And it was, I don't want a political thing about it. I just said, anyway, well done, Councillor Latham. I think it's a great facility.
Councillor Grimmadell, please, to Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Jones. Will Councillor Jones please inform this Council of the total costs of monies spent to date by this authority during 2008 and 9 on publicity and marketing?
Thank you. The spent to date across the Council on publicity, advertising and marketing for 2008-9 is £1.8 million and a bit. The major part of the figure is over £875,000 relating to recruitment and non-recruitment advertising.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Expenditure within this council has to be monitored, with an economic meltdown running throughout the country, resulting in many Derby citizens losing their jobs and income. This is not the time to raise council tax to 4.9%. Councillor Jones, it's time to instruct the officers to review all positions within the council. Can further cuts be made? A very difficult decision, but one that has to be explored. This controlling party, the Lib Dems, should be a lot more prudent with its spending, and no doubt the Lib Dems, instead of being prudent with council expenses, will be more satisfied with matching individual costs with increases in council tax. Will Councillor Jones now instruct officers to review all expenditure, including positions of employment within Derby City Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm somewhat surprised that that question's come from the Conservative group, who've actually called in the decision that we took at Cabinet about a vacancy freeze. Now, we are taking steps along with our officers to look at such things through the budget process, and we are consulting. But how you can ask that when you've actually called in a decision that does exactly what you're asking for is beyond me.
Thank you. Councillor Poulter to Councillor Kerr, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Kerr, would you agree that the Council's current highways maintenance programme and the contract with Carillion is in crisis, and that there has been a significant decline in basic repairs being made across the city since the new administration took charge in May last year?
Good evening, Councillor Poulter. As has been set out previously to the Council and at other member meetings, I agree that this partnership contract is not performing as well as had been hoped or expected. The contract was already suffering from some operational difficulties when I came into office. However, I have taken a range of actions to support and direct officers in addressing the issues. This includes spending a day with the service considering the work stream from pothole to patch. A number of issues have now been incorporated into an improvement plan which the partnership is implementing now. The main issue as I see it is that both the department and contractor underestimated the required change in processes that would be required to deliver this new partnership contract. Over the past few months, the Derby Roads Partnership has been focusing on repairing emergency and high priority defects while trialling different methods of work for day-to-day footway and carriageway repairs. This has led to significant delays in repairs to the network, while these trials have focused on improving efficiency and value for money for the Council. Some positive results are being reported, and Derby Roads and the Council are currently planning how to begin to tackle the outstanding repairs to bring the network back up to a suitable standard. The plan will of course depend on the available budget for 2009-10, but current thinking is that the backlog should be able to be addressed over the next 8 months and, importantly, result in a more efficient and effective Derby Roads organisation for the long term.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kerr, but we did hear at Planning and Transport Commission earlier this week some detail and some flesh on the bones of that, and I think you'll accept, or you ought to accept, that there certainly has been a decline in the basic repairs being made. And no less highlighted by the fact, as you put it, £400,000, two-thirds of the budget for pavement repairs was deferred in October and will not be spent, and that's one of your underspends for this year. And I'm interested to know whether that would be the £400,000 you intend to try and use at Ulverston. But the main supplementary to my question would be is to put it to you and ask you, is the situation here, the disarray with this project and with this contract, is this the reason that in the budget proposals recently you are proposing cuts to all sorts of frontline services, including Derby community transport, match day transport, dial-a-ride, the weeding treatment, the gully cleaning, etc., 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 and all the cuts that are contained in the budget?
Briefly, no, the funding from the reduction in activity in highways maintenance is not going to Ulverston, and the various pressures on the budgets are not directly related to Derby Homes either. Sorry, Derby Roads either.
Councillor Holmes, please. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been recently revealed that even if the Council's highways maintenance contract were to perform to its top capability, an additional £700,000 to £1 million is required per financial year to fully address repairs. Does the Cabinet member therefore agree with me that funding proposals made by the Liberal Democrat administration fall woefully short of this identified year-on-year requirement, and that it confirms acceptance by them that they are unable or unwilling to address the current and future backlog of repairs?
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. And in the context of my previous answer, the budget proposal papers are good at showing changes to the base budgets, but are not so good at showing changes to how funds within a particular budget area are being used. Recently, about £650,000 a year has been spent on the renewal of pavements, £400,000 of which has been from the highways maintenance revenue budget, the remaining from the capital budget. The proposal for 2009-10 is to spend this £400,000 revenue on reactive repairs, and you can't actually see that within the budget papers. This would be replaced the following year by £400,000 added to the base budget, with a further 400,000 being added the year after. I agree that this means that it will take several years to get the reactive maintenance budget up to the level it needs to be sustainable. However, other actions are also taking place. An extra £500,000 has already been agreed as a one-off from known corporate underspends from 08-09, and further funds may be available in due course.
Yes, I do have a supplementary. You don't need to ask me, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Well, Councillor Kerr, as you know, the Council's Revenue Budget Strategy 2009-10 to 2010-11 identifies dealing with the backlog of repairs as a priority. Do you not remember, while in opposition, Lib Dem councillors and candidates, including yourself, calling for action to repair roads and pavements? Councillor Harwood here he is again, same Oakwood focus again here. He's pointing at a pavement. He says, this council cannot get the basics done. You should deliver this one again, because maybe people will agree with this time. In Abbey Ward, councillors Lowe and Mitchell here saying pavements are in a poor state of repair or dangerous. These repairs and many others across the city should be done as a matter of urgency. Yep, I agree, yes they should, but only if you're one of this group, because you don't care by the looks of things.
Councillor Hunt,
so please tell me, please tell me, Councillor Kerr, how you, as the Cabinet member responsible, can justify your proposals that will have disastrous consequences on basic road and pavement repairs, both now and for many years to come. Do you not realise that the city's infrastructure will be dealt a catastrophic blow because of your administration and your personal management of it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Please listen to Councillor Kerr's answer. Thank you. That's everybody.
Madam Mayor and Councillor Holmes, if you remember back to April 2008, it was a different administration in charge of the council, and it was no wonder that this group was flagging up problems with highways maintenance, which at that time had not come out into the open and had not been flagged up as a problem. It wasn't until I took over this role that this became an issue that the council actually started addressing. So I have been turning around a problem that I inherited. It has got some way to go. The administration has accepted that and transferred an extra £500,000 into the budget to help address that backlog. We are working to get an efficient, long-term partnership working, which will then be able to address the problems that you have identified. But I'm afraid your group was part of the previous administration that was ignoring this problem.
Right, thank you. Councillor Holmes, one more question. When you ask your supplementary, can you make sure it's a question, please? And if I speak to you, will you listen, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Could the Cabinet member please detail the Council's current intervention levels and specifications in relation to the repair of highways, footways and pavements?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The present intervention level for footways is 25mm, except in the city centre, where it is 15mm. The intervention level for carriageways is 40mm, except in defined pedestrian crossing points, where it is 25mm.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr, for that information. Very interesting, in fact. I say that because I want to ask you if you're seeing what everyone else is seeing around the city. In my view, the state of our roads and pavements have never been worse and have dropped off a cliff since you took control of this council. There's possibly hundreds of potholes that make an absolute mockery of your administration's trigger levels.
I need a question from you.
Some are so large you could fill them with water and you wouldn't need to build gate and pool. Do you not accept that this demonstrates that you have lost control of the maintenance contract and it is in crisis? When are you going to get a grip of your portfolio, and will you take full responsibility and resign if the situation does not drastically improve?
Madam Mayor, I will assume that he was listening to my previous answer and not repeat it. But I'll recommend that if he is aware of these sorts of items which are way beyond the intervention levels, that he does the service to his ward and to other members of the city and actually reports them on highways.maintenance@derby.gov.uk.
Councillor Willoughby to Councillor Kerr, please. Concessionary bus scheme.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, again, and good evening, Councillor Kerr. Please could the Cabinet member inform the Council how she plans to make up the £2 million shortfall in the financing for the concessionary bus scheme for old age pensioners?
Good evening, Councillor Willoughby. The £2 million shortfall is the estimated difference between the amount of grant the government has provided and the cost of providing the National Free Travel Scheme for older people in Derby. This year, the gap has largely been filled through the budget process. First, Derby had previously funded concessionary travel as part of a Derbyshire scheme with a budget in the order of £600,000, which provided the half fare and then free travel after 9 o'clock for pensioners. This budget had been included in the funding for the new scheme. Second, this older scheme had allowed more categories of disabled people to have concessionary bus travel. These have been reduced, sadly, and the savings of about £300,000 is also supporting the cost of the national scheme. Finally, a likely shortfall was identified as a pressure last year, and the Council added an extra £1 million into the 2008-9 concessionary fares-based budget for 2008-9. The final £100,000 is still only an estimate at this stage, dependent on ongoing negotiations with bus companies and actual bus usage. It may be an overspend in the outturn for 08-09, in which case it would come out of the Council's existing specific reserve for concessionary fares. It's not only Derby, Madam Mayor, that the grant funding is insufficient to cover the increase in costs since the National Concessionary Fares Scheme was implemented. The Council is continuing to lobby the Department for Transport to increase the funding levels and improve the funding split between authorities. It is doing this in a range of ways, including through Derbyshire MPs, the LGA, and working closely with other Derbyshire authorities and individually.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. However, does she not appreciate her answer, but does she not agree that this failure maybe to plan for this overspend is symptomatic of other areas of a department, which we've heard tonight, where there's been an overspend, and that her department, under her leadership, has got out of control?
Madam Mayor, this is a budget that was completely planned very well, and we don't have the situation which Councillor Willoughby has just described.
Thank you. Councillor Willoughby to Councillor Kerr. Bus shelter, I think it meant to be Portreath Drive, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor, again. Please could the Cabinet member give details of which project was considered a higher priority than a bus shelter for Portreath Drive and Birchover Way, Allistry, which had been promised to local residents?
Madam Mayor, a lot of money was spent on the Allistry bus route in 2004 when the real-time information system was introduced. Other improvements, such as raised curbs at the bus stops, were put in at the same time. But officers report that there was opposition from residents when new shelters were proposed at some locations around the route. I have been unable to identify who within the Council promised local residents bus shelters on Portreath Drive and Birchover Way in particular, nor exactly where they were wanted. But it may be that individual residents were told of plans for shelters, which were not implemented due to the high level of local opposition. However, the situation may have changed, and they can be included on the list of possible new shelter sites. Do let me have the details, Councillor Willoughby. This list has around 40 sites on it at the moment, so I can't guarantee new shelters in these places will be provided next year, even if there is now no opposition. It will depend on how much money is in the capital programme for shelters next year, the suitability of the stops in question, and the need to balance the demand from this area and other parts of the city.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A simple supplementary then. If I give her the details, will she therefore commit to put this bus shelter in place, providing residents want it? Thank you.
I can commit to putting it on the list, but they will then have to take their turn with other priorities within the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Willoughby. Thank you for your concise questions. Councillor Banway to Councillor Jones in the absence of Councillor Troop, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Who personally made the decision not to fast-track Derby City Council for vital mortgage rescue funding from the government? And to what extent were they influenced by Liberal and Conservative councillors' rejection of the Labour Group's motion to help Derby homeowners at risk of repossession?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the time that CLG were looking for volunteers to fast-track mortgage rescue, there was no detail of how the scheme was to be administered. The Assistant Director for Housing and Advice Services took the view that it would be inappropriate to put Derby forward for fast-tracking when we had no idea of the processes involved or the implications of delivering the scheme. He therefore considered that we may be in danger of raising expectations at a time when we wouldn't even be able to tell potential applicants whether or not they were likely to be eligible. We did, however, begin to take contact details of any resident inquiring about the availability of such a scheme. The final details of the scheme were received by officers last week, and the scheme has been in operation since then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is the Cabinet member aware that 80 other councils did apply to be fast-tracked? And I have a list of all of them here, and Derby is not one of them. And in view of the Housing Minister's confirmation, which both myself and my Shadow Cabinet team met last week in this Council House, has confirmed that the Cabinet members' inactions could have serious implications for this city, what message does the Cabinet member have for those Derby families who now stand to lose their homes because of his lack of leadership? And will he do the decent thing and resign?
Councillor Jones, can you speak in Councillor Troop's absence?
I don't think I can answer all of those things in Councillor Troop's absence, but I can say that we're very pleased that the scheme is up and running.
Thank you. Councillor Rawson, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Carr. What progress has been made to resolve the petition raised by the school council at Derwent Community Primary School? The petition sought to address the lack of a school playing field by use of land on the racecourse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Rawson. The main issues around transferring part of the racecourse to the school are planning issues, and these are as follows. A change from public playing fields to school playing fields would constitute a change of use from outdoor sports uses, D2, to an educational use, D1, and therefore will require planning permission. And planning permission would need to be in line with policies within the City of Derby Local Plan Review. The City of Derby Local Plan Review includes Policy L1, Protection of Parks and Public Open Spaces. This policy would only permit a proposal for leisure or recreational use where a full assessment has been undertaken, which clearly shows the open space to be surplus to requirements. Issues that would need to be addressed by a planning application therefore include the loss of the publicly accessible sports pitches, ensuring that the archaeological features on the land are taken into consideration, and ensuring that any fencing would not negatively impact upon the openness of the green wedge. A change of use from outdoor sports uses, D2, to an educational use, D1, would not involve the loss of open space under Planning Policy Guidance 17 definitions, but would incur the loss of playing pitches that are accessible to the wider community, and such a loss would need to be replaced by pitches of equivalent or better quality. In addition to the planning issues, if land is transferred to the school on basis of shared use, there is no guarantee that a shared use agreement would be honoured in the longer term. It should be noted that the school does make use of the Steve Bloomer ATP, that must be all-terrain pitch, I guess, during the day, which while they are using it provides a fenced pitch for their exclusive use. A small number of other schools in the city do not have their own playing fields and make occasional use of parks or other facilities for sports purposes. The play area between the school and the Steve Bloomer ATP is being replaced by a new play area in the spring of this year as part of the redevelopment of the racecourse facilities and the Play Builder programme. A master plan for the park was drawn up over a year ago after consultation with local residents and would require significant modifications to accommodate the provision of an extension to the school site. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that very detailed answer, Councillor Carr. I do understand that there are legal and planning issues related to this, but I am a bit disappointed that it has dragged on so long, given that it was raised as a petition last June, I think, at the Derwent Forum. Could I ask for Councillor Carr's commitment to continue working on this, to try and overcome some of the obstacles that do exist, and perhaps investigate the possibility of providing a space on the racecourse during school term only, when the planning regulations may or may not apply. Could I ask for Councillor Carr's commitment to do some further work with this, with the officers, to try and come to a satisfactory outcome for all concerned?
I'm very happy to give that commitment, Madam Mayor. In fact, I mean, I do actually find that some of these planning issues do seem to go on for rather a long time, but that's typical local authority bureaucracy. I will look into it and see if we can speed the whole thing up, and I'll talk to Councillor Rawson afterwards.
Sorry, it's getting rather late. We're back to page 2, item 10, to consider the minutes and recommendations of the Council Cabinet, 13th of January. Councillor Jones to move.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is only 1 minute here, the Council tax base, and I want to formally move that. Thank you.
All in favour? Okay, thank you very much. Right, so now on to page 4, item 12. Councillor Jones, again, please.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Can we just formally move item 12?
Okay, everybody happy? Thank you. Item 13. Is everybody happy with that appointment? Happy to move that?
Can we move that then for me, please?
Thank you very much. Right. Okay.
Madam Mayor, shouldn't it read 29th of January 2009, not 2008?
I think it should, yes. Thank you for pointing that out. Right. Item 14. Councillor Jones.
Again, Madam Mayor, this is formal to note the report. Can we move that, please?
Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors may recall that at the previous meeting when this issue came up, I did make the point that I was concerned that the Council Cabinet member with the responsibility for children and young people was not undertaking the role, and Councillor Allen did rise and inform me, quite correctly, I'm sure, that he had been told by 2 directors that it was inappropriate for him to actually undertake the role. I immediately wrote to the 2 officers concerned and said, please inform me of the information that you gave to Councillor Jones, and I thought that Allen, and I thought that would come the following day. It actually took 2 weeks because I don't think the information had been formulated properly. However, I will say this. Having read the information, I think that the appointment is legally and technically correct. But I would like, at the next time we review these positions, to revisit this, because I personally think that in light of the problems that have arisen in places like the Baby P issue and the amount of problems that have arisen recently in Birmingham, that this is something that we should not treat lightly in this council, and therefore all I'm saying in that, I'm not asking for anything to be done now. I accept Councillor Allen's response. However, I do take the view that we should revisit this when new appointments are made. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anybody else wish to comment on that before? Councillor Allen.
Madam Mayor, I think it's a perfectly sensible way forward. Review it. Sorry, I do beg your pardon, Madam Mayor. Perfectly sensible way to go forward with it and review it at the next meeting, at the next appropriate time it comes forward.
In that case, is the motion agreed? Carried? Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Right, motion 15, Councillor Roberts to move, Councillor Banwaite to second. Do you wish to speak at this moment, Councillor Banwaite, or is a... You're seconding this motion, firmly. Wake up at the back. You wish to speak after Councillor Roberts? Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion seeks merely to ask the Council Cabinet to ensure that traffic management officers look at this. The Government have said that they recognise that there is a perception within communities that speeding and other traffic violations are taking place. And it's that public perception of what takes place in our communities that this motion seeks to address. What I would like to see is that where, for example, I think in some of the government propositions it says that there should be handheld speed cameras available for organisations and people, that we carefully control that. What I do want to see is that where those facilities are available, they are contained, for example, by the Neighbourhood Forum or such another body, so that vigilante people who've got ideas that say, I'll go out and take some speed readings on some road in my area and then chase the council, trying to get elected to the council. I'm sure you all know in your own areas who those kind of people are. We need to control that. But there is a public perception by people in my ward, for example, that people speed along St Andrew's View. And there is no facility for them other than for us to try and get the police there occasionally to check for that perception to be ratified. This simply asks for the traffic management officers to be instructed by the Cabinet to have a look at it. And that's all I wish to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, this motion is born out of the frustration that I'm sure many of us as ward-based councillors face day in, day out with how to address the problem of speeding traffic, especially the perception of speeding traffic. And we've heard the Chief Constable today talking about the fact that, you know, under government guidance, there is a real big incentive and a requirement for the police and ourselves now as a local authority to address this big problem of perception, whether it's a perception of crime, and on this occasion it's a perception of speed. And Madam Mayor, as a fellow councillor in Baltimore, you'll know full well the amount of calls that we get about problems of speeding traffic and Bolton Lane, and some of the, let's say, controversial measures that have been taken in the past before I was a council to try to resolve them. And certainly my recent frustration is born out of the fact that we did the right thing. We raised through our highways priority the need to do a speed survey on Bolton Lane, which came back. And the findings actually said there wasn't enough evidence, according to this report, to do anything. Now, as councillors, you go back to the public, you go back to our constituents and say that. People just don't accept that. And it puts us under a tremendous amount of pressure. And it also makes our job very difficult about what we do next. Now, as Councillor Roberts has made it quite clear, there is a support from the police to encourage community groups, neighbourhood watch groups, to look at innovative ways of dealing with that. And there is a move, you know, there are a number of areas outside of the city that are starting to pilot the use of speed guns, where members of the community are trained up and go out into the community. Now, I personally have great reservations about that. I'm not saying it doesn't work effectively in other parts of the country, but what I think we need is a protocol to empower our highways officers to work in partnership with our local beat bobbies, with the police, and our board members at our forums to find a way to address this issue of tackling the perception of speed. So, Madam Mayor, I think this is an important motion, and I think it will empower our highways officers. And I will finish off by saying I have had a number of conversations with some of those officers that have really said, look, if you could put a protocol together, it really would release, mean that we're empowered to be able to assist you as ward-based councillors. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Banwaite. Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The speeches that Councillor Roberts and Councillor Banwaite have just made, I think, chime very well with many of us. We all get exactly the same pressures, and in fact in my ward the police have trained some of their staff to use the handheld cameras because they didn't want to go down the route of getting the public. And I've also got a friend who's a councillor in Repton, and he's been trained to use one of these cameras. So I would, as time is getting on, Madam Mayor, can I move that we just put the motion, please?
How do you feel about that? Because I've got quite a list of people who would like to speak, actually. You like to carry on? You carry on, all right. Councillor Willoughby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say how thoroughly pleased I am with this motion, and I wholeheartedly support it as somebody who always believes personally in sticking to the speed limits. I admit to being that annoying driver late at night doing 30 in a 30-mile-an-hour zone that some people overtake, hopefully nobody in this chamber. I think it's very timely because, as other people have said, we frequently get complaints about residents with speeding at our neighbourhood forums in my own ward in Allistry. For instance, only last week we received a request to look at putting in a 30-mile-an-hour limit instead of a 40-mile-an-hour limit along a stretch of Kedleston Road as you lead up to, on the stretch up to Corndon, to help students cycling to Woodlands School who find a great difficulty from speeding traffic. So I fully, wholeheartedly support this motion. I hope that we can go ahead with some action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willoughby. Councillor Nater.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. I'd just like to support this as well. I think it's really good, something to do. But on top of that, I think our Blakeries Forum, we're in the sort of, position of getting police officers trained with handheld, the speed guns. And I think what I'd like to say is we have certain areas where, drivers do, constantly speed, and it's been monitored. So really, I just want to say, I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nater. Councillor Kerr.
Colleagues, a lot of the problems with perception of speeding, as most people will know, is not that people are actually going at over 30, but the roads that they're driving on, really they ought to be driving at 20. And it means that it's very difficult for the police to take effective action. And this is something which the highways officers are aware of, and in the past it's been solved by putting large numbers of humps and 20-mile-an-hour zones. But the humps are very unpopular, even if the 20-mile-an-hour zones are more popular, and would also give the police a way of actually taking action. There is currently a review going on, it's led from the government level, of all classified roads as to whether they have been properly assessed. And roads like Kedleston Road, and whether it should be 40 or 30, is an example where that will be reviewed over the due time. And again, the reduction in speed limits on Duffield Road, where the bus lane's gone in, that has been something that's been very much welcomed, even if the bus lane itself is rather more contentious. The more residential roads are also being looked at as to what their category and style ought to be like. It's going to be a longer process, but I do have a hope that we can actually look at which of our networks of our residential roads ought to be reduced to 20 miles an hour in due course. And I think that will mean that people feel that they should be driving and legitimately driving more slowly on those roads, and it will also give the police more teeth in terms of their enforcement. And finally, you don't need a speed gun to slow down the traffic. What you need is a fluorescent jacket and to hold your hands like this. And the car drivers assume that you're holding something that looks like a speed camera, and therefore they just slow down anyway. So I recommend to everybody, go out and buy a fluorescent jacket and stand around on the streets with your arms up.
Right, Councillor Latham, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. There is another way that you can do this. At Oakwood, we have a problem on Bishop's Drive with people speeding along there. Through the neighbourhood forum and people telling us that they want something done about it, we have agreed to have one of those signs that flashes your speed as you're driving along. I find those incredibly effective because sometimes it can shock you how fast you're going and you don't intend to, so people do slow down with that. The problem we have at Oakwood is it's taking forever to implement because it's got to be attached to the lighting system, whereas it could actually have its own solar panel and it would light itself, and we wouldn't need to be linked into the council grid and the lighting system. But I think that anything that slows people down where they should be slowed down to the appropriate legal limit has to be a good thing, because it's people's lives that are at stake. And I certainly am very aware, driving through Oakwood, certainly on Bishop's Drive, that I put my car on cruise control to make sure that I can't go over 30, and people come racing up behind me and find it very irritating that I'm going at the appropriate speed. So the more we can do to slow people down and keep them to the legal limit, the better.
Councillor Grimmadale, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to see cross-party approval for this. I personally welcome this motion. We experienced similar problems in Chaddisden, in particular on Max Road, Oregon Way and Reginald Road South. The police have recently trained Chaddisden PCSOs to hold the handheld cameras, and so that's going to be introduced very soon. But it really is good to see everybody support this motion, which I do. Thank you.
Move to the vote, Madam Mayor. It's my prerogative to put that. It's up to you whether you do or not.
Yeah, the pubs will be open when you leave, Martin. It's all right.
No, Madam Mayor. I'm more interested in getting the council business done, if possible.
Right. Well, let's carry on, shall we? Councillor Roberts, would you like to sum up, please, before I move to the vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure even the least practised persons in the room would recognise that I have a right of reply even following a procedural motion. However, in view of the time and the fact that most people seem to support this, other than going home and asking Merlin if we've got cruise control on the car, I will sit down. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion, please show. That's carried. Thank you very much. Right. Item... yes, Councillor Banwaite to move, Councillor Williamson to second, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is about promoting a very important benefit, a little-known benefit, called income support for mortgage interest. And the recent improvements that the government introduced, which means that far more people will benefit than have done previously. And it is part of a package of measures that this Labour government have introduced to help people during these unprecedented economic times, this global credit crunch. In a nutshell, as you can see there, in principle, those claiming income support and have a home, have a mortgage or a related mortgage borrowing, if they find themselves out of work in receipt of income support, this benefit will pay their mortgage and loan interest for them after a waiting period of 13 weeks. And what that also means is they can then enter into negotiations with their lender to, for example, if they have a capital repayment mortgage, to actually negotiate the transfer of that mortgage to an interest only, which will mean actually they don't have to meet any repayments during the period that they're facing financial difficulty. So it's a considerable benefit, and I have to say that following a meeting with managers of Derby Advice, it was quite clear that the council isn't promoting this at the moment. And if you look at some of their literature, and I have some of it in my hand here, there is actually no mention of it. And that's absolutely
Madam Mayor, point of order, just please. Sorry, Councillor Banwaite, but Councillor, I'd just like to know what Councillor Graves is reading behind you. Councillor Bayliss, sorry. I can't even see who it is.
Would you mind sitting down, please? Sorry about this, Councillor Banwaite. Would you mind sitting down for a second, please? What are you reading? Well, you have to bring it out, and you have it at the end, back at the end of the lesson if you carry on like this. And Mr. Foote will have a look at it for you and say whether it's appropriate. Yes, right. Okay, right. Please carry on, Councillor Banwaite. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I find that interruption absolutely astonishing. There are people losing their homes. We've all made eloquent speeches tonight about the credit crunch and the fact that families are being thrown out of their homes because they're losing their jobs. And yet, councillors obviously across parties it seems, seem to want to trivialise it. I was going to make also the point, I was absolutely disgusted when I was asking a very important question about the mortgage rescue, that the Liberal councillors saw it fit to actually ridicule that question. When I asked a valid question, let's not forget, you will go home tonight to roofs over your head, and there are people in this city, and again I come back to the point, the hypocrisy that's been shown by certainly Conservative and some of these Liberal councillors today, about on one hand showing sympathy for people during this economic climate, and then actually completely ridiculing the situation they find themselves. I think it's absolutely outrageous, Madam Mayor, and I absolutely find it disgraceful to be part of this chamber at this moment in time. Coming back to what I was talking about, the importance of promoting, and it might be sort of hard for some of my fellow councillors on the Liberal and Conservative benches to understand what it actually means when you have to claim income support. And I certainly have had to face that when I left school, couldn't get a job and found myself in receipt of benefit and during that frustrated period. But this is affecting people's lives, and this benefit will actually make a massive difference. And as I said earlier, it is a part of a package of measures introduced by this Labour government to help people during these unprecedented economic climates. And let's not acknowledge again, and it needs to be revisited, because Councillor Hilary Jones, the leader of this council, again trivialised the plight of people during this current climate by not answering my question. This mortgage rescue package, which this city council is losing out on, is absolutely incredible. We had the housing minister, our local MP, that made it quite clear. Now, unless she's party to some information from the government that actually supersedes the housing minister, I want to hear about it. I would like her to present that information. Now, if you do the maths, Councillor Jones, you'll see it. The average mortgage debt in this country is over £100,000. And if there are 80 local authorities, and if you say, for argument's sake, they've all already got 10 applications on that pile, clearly Derby City Council applicants are going to be bottom of that stack. And that time-limited funding, and we're talking about £200 million, is clearly going to be swallowed up by many, many applicants. The fact of the matter is, this administration have shown absolutely no leadership or desire or compassion to help the people of Derby. And I'm also appalled by the Conservative Party on this. I've had conversations, and I think the Conservative councillors' view is quite clear. It's survival of the fittest. So if they were running this country, their answers would be absolutely non-existent. And they've already made it quite clear at every turn the desire to criticise the government for all the innovative and creative and important steps they're taking to help ordinary working people in this country. So, Madam Mayor, I think this is an important benefit, and I fully endorse this, and I think we should do everything possible to promote this. And may I finally add, and this has come at the support of the Advice Services Department, who both myself and Councillor Rawson met last week, doing the job that Shadow Cabinet Member and the team should be doing. And it was appalling to actually ask, an embarrassment for the Liberal Party, when we asked the question, what is their Cabinet Member doing to address these issues? And the question was, the reply was, well, he hasn't been down here. So clearly he needs a map and directions to the Advice Services Department for the Council House. So, Madam Mayor, I clearly urge my fellow councillors to support this. I can't see why they wouldn't support it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Banway. Councillor Williamson, would you like to speak to second this motion?
I'd like to second, Madam Mayor, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to correct some of the things that Councillor Banway has said. He somehow seems to think that my fellow councillors on the Liberal Democrat side don't like this or something like that. I'm very pleased to tell Council, actually, that Councillor Troop has already given the go-ahead for this homeowner mortgage rescue scheme to be promoted within Derby. So really, I can't see why he is complaining. Reading carefully through this motion, there are actually a number of factual errors. Let me make it first clear that we in this party do support this motion, but in order for this motion to be actually factually correct, there needs to be a few changes. First of all, the name of the scheme is not actually, as is put here, income support mortgage interest. It's actually called the Support for Mortgage Interest scheme. And also there's a mistake, I think a typo I expect. It's mortgagees, not mortgagors. The second bullet point down, deferring repayments, etc., is actually part of the mortgage rescue, the homeowner mortgage rescue scheme, not part of the support for mortgage interest scheme.
Well, Madam Mayor, on a point of order, what Councillor Skelton is proposing is a series of amendments. She can only
I'm just outlining what
she can only do that, Madam Mayor, by formally moving an amendment.
Well, for the sake of time, Madam Mayor, I was just going to run through them quickly and ask Councillor Banway if he was happy that we could actually do it, so we can actually finish.
Madam Mayor, on a point of order, the rules of the Council are quite clear. And let me go back to the Constitution of the Council and the standing orders. Again, the Liberal Democrats don't understand them, but the motion can only be altered by amendment.
I think it's up to Councillor Skelton to decide whether to move an amendment or not.
Thank you. Right, I will continue if that's all right, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if they move that to be helpful, if they move that amendment... Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. If it will be helpful... I do apologise, Madam Mayor. If it will be helpful, if they move that amendment, we will accept that. Thank you very much.
If I may,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, at this point, could I ask Councillor to speak a little louder? We can't hear a damn thing in this corner. If she just raised her voice a little bit, we'd be able to get into it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Also, I think we do need to include, obviously, the homeowner mortgage rescue scheme in there as well, because obviously part of that is referred to. And I think the last paragraph, obviously, it says, therefore, agrees to promote the SMI through its advice services. It's more easier for us to promote the homeowner mortgage rescue scheme because the SMI is actually sort of automatically sent to people. The application form is if they are on job seekers allowance or income support, and so that process completely bypasses us as the council. But the sentiment of the motion we fully support.
Thank you. Now, quite appropriately, Councillor Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. A bit unexpected. I did put my hand up. I just think it's worth making the point, actually, in reply to Councillor Banway, that we wouldn't even be discussing this motion had it not been for the mismanagement of the economy over the last 10 years of this Labour government and Gordon Brown.
Is that it? Councillor Williamson, did you want to speak?
No, I don't think so, Madam Mayor. I think we can move to the vote and hopefully get support for this motion because it is an important motion. I don't want to waste time and lose time.
Councillor Banway, do you want to wind up? Right, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please.
It's carried.
That's carried. Thank you very much.
That's a question, Madam Mayor. Now that we've agreed this motion, I wonder if somebody could let us all have the wording of it, because Councillor Hickson, absolutely right, we've just voted for an amendment, we've got absolutely no idea what it is.
Can we all please be quiet and deal with this item before 10 o'clock? Councillor Banway to propose, Councillors Holmes and Harwood to second. All agreed? All agreed? Right. And thank you all very much for your contributions of toys and things. Thank you. That concludes the meeting.